from 35 countries and with over 200 brands exhibiting. How many of you saw what was happening downstairs? I mean, absolutely amazing. 2022 PROPAK West Africa, I mean, we had a part of the hall downstairs carved out for the conference, and then the rest of the halls were used as exhibition. But I can tell you for free that today, some of you didn't know you were going to have to climb upstairs, like you haven't done that exercise in a while. So it's okay. Thank you so much for engaging in that exercise. The whole ground floor was totally sold out, which shows the importance of this particular meeting. Let's put our hands together for PROPAK West Africa. Absolutely amazing. And it could be a sign that come 2024, if you don't sign up on time, you might totally lose out. Who knows? But let's move on with the agenda for today. Last year, we embarked on a journey to explore the Ever-E platform that brings about people, opportunities, and innovation to move the region forward. Over the next 3 days, we will all witness the groundbreaking technologies, engage in enlightening conversations, and forge partnerships that would shape the future, I beg your pardon, of the industries in West Africa. So I encourage you all to dive into the exchange of ideas we'll be having here, into the conversations we're having here, and make the most incredible time of this opportunity we'll have. Now, in this particular stage, we will not only address challenges, but also how we can harness the opportunities that lie here and catalyze growth and progress in the packaging, processing, and plastic sectors of this vibrant region. After all this grammar I have spoken, ladies and gentlemen, we hereby declare the event for PROPAK West Africa 2023 open. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. So quickly, before I call on the chairman, who I do not even have an idea if he has a Nigerian name, but for some people here who don't have Nigerian names, we are sometime during the event going to christen you, give a Nigerian name. So please start looking at them one after the other. Watch them very closely. You know the people I'm talking about. Watch the way their mannerisms, the way they respond, when you greet them, the way they answer, and think of a name that will fit them perfectly. Good names only, thank you. You don't want to hear, wala, wala. No, please don't do that. Nigerians would understand what I just mean by that. Thank you so much. So, the focus of today's conversation is smart packaging and intelligent packaging. Very important and pivotal focus. We all eat here, right? Don't we? People don't eat here. People don't eat, right? I eat. If you know you eat like I do, please let me see your hands up. Thank you. For those who don't raise your hands, it's okay. We'll find out what you feed on. And for everything that we eat, it comes in a package. Gone are the days where you want to buy something, you have to either take a package from your house. Like when I was growing up, I thought I saw that a lot. You take a package from your house, you go to the retailer store, they fill it in, and then you take it back home. These days, everything is now packaged. Even Gary, it's now packaged. You can buy Gary for 50 naira, 100 naira. So it's very important that we take a look at this, this particular subject matter of smart and intelligent packaging. So without further ado, we want to set the ball rolling and welcome to the stage the conference chairperson for his opening remarks, and that is Arjan K. Mirchandani of Sona Group. I had to cram that name, so you better clap. Let the clap be worth it. Quickly, before he comes up, just a bit about him. Mr. Mirchandani is the group chairman of Sona Group of Industries, which has 9 industries operating in different areas like FMCG, power and gas, real estate, and one-stop plastics and packaging solutions, Avnash Industries Ghana, vegetable, oil, soap, and rice. This is what we call, what do we call this in Lagos, Yoruba to say? Gugunishi or something like that, right? Somebody that can do everything. He believes in local raw materials utilization, and all these industries are based on, guess what, 85% local raw materials. He believes in living by example. He's one of the pioneers in the Nigerian industry who brought the latest European packaging technology to provide best packaging solutions to the industry. He is one of the vision and thinkers that only by hands and experience are the best in education, skill development can also take place. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for no other person than Mr. Merchandani to come give us his opening remark. Let's get clapping until he gets here.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to see you this morning. I want to thank Mr. Omar rather, that he has organized this intelligence group, and I'm grateful for being invited to speak about packaging. Smart packaging. Smart packaging is very simple. You can't buy anything without being smart, and without buying a packaging which will help you, which actually entice you to buy the product. So depending on your presentation in a smart packaging, it all depends on you, what you're looking. If you have a food industry, you require something else. The barrier should be there. It should protect from ice, protection from water, lights, etc., etc. So every packaging has its own issue, that how you organize. We also could see that chemical companies like Dow Chemicals and other chemical companies, they have a lot of research, and the research is making things more and more viable in terms of what you buy, how economically it becomes, and it's going to become more and more economical. Reason being because they have mixed barriers, they have mixed chemicals that instead of having lamination, etc., etc., you can go now with those kind of materials that you automatically will suffice. In terms of sometimes you have 5 layers, sometimes you have 6 layers, 7 layers. So the barriers are changing. So you always have to look for new technology. However, many times technology really does not change. Raw material may change, but the technology will remain same. Printing is same, barriers are same, 5 layers, 3 layers, 2 layers, 1 layer, and it all depends on application. In Nigeria, we have seen more and more it is coming on a retail area in terms of small packaging. Small packaging has become very important. If you see, everyone is producing sachet, I think it's something to do with economics, something to do with the pocket of the people. So I think if you look more and more into small packaging, you will succeed, in my opinion. And we have been looking from there. Secondly, it's also necessary for us to see that we do more and more local raw material. Now, if you don't do local raw material, you're going to find it difficult. Why? As you know, the dollar is a very essential commodity in Nigeria, and we have had recently turmoil in the devaluation, etc., etc. But I think it's all depend again and again. If you have to make research and you go into more investment on a local raw material, I think it will help you. We have been thinking almost 20 years in a group how to go into local raw material recycling. Luckily, because of long vision, today we are doing almost 1,200 metric ton per month recycling. And we are going into more. We are putting almost another 4 plants for recycling local raw material. I think Casting is a key. If you do any packaging and if you don't have a right casting, you'll have difficulty in selling your product. I'm sure all of you are looking into that, and it's a very, very important factor. What you can make, what you can sell. If you are not able to sell, that doesn't make sense to me. And we have seen that already. We recycle, we produce local products that actually are almost 35% to 40% cheaper. Now, we are not saying that some imports not required, some imports require. But if you don't do on a local consumption of raw material, looking at the pockets of people, you will regret and you may have difficulties to run your industries. Technology will keep on changing, as I said. Machinery, yes, if you want to do right packaging, please ensure your machines are right. You're doing right printing. Printing is also very important because you want to do packaging. I remember when we start looking at export, government say, okay, we have subsidies, we'll give you all whatever we have to encourage you. But it was not easy for us to understand. So we realized that packaging, if your packaging is not right, you will not be able to sell. I know some of the Nigerians, they came to us, they looked at packaging and they said, oh, we want to export. And we said, you can only export provided your presentation and your packaging is right. If you don't do that, you let's say you pack local food, you plantain, gari, there are many other areas that you see that products can be sold in Europe and other places. And there is a demand. There are a lot of Nigerians out there. There are a lot of Africans all over the world. And I think you can succeed. You can make a success in a smaller way. You don't need too much capital, but look for a right source of packaging. We realize that it's not one industry that plays active role in packaging. You have small containers. You have sachets. And not even small container, but you have containers which are today food industry is using, milk industry, many, many other industries. So if you go on a small scale packaging, ensure that you have a right industry to deal with. In Sona Group, I must give you a little bit background. We don't only do soft and hard packaging, but we do cartoons, that means we have got a backward integration from A to Z in terms of smart packaging. We also have injection molding, a specialized unit, where we can produce whatever products you want. We have almost 800 different molds. So we cater for everything. But if you have, let's say, your own mold, you want to start smart way, you want to go through that area, we can help you. You bring your mold, you make sure your mold is registered so that nobody else is doing it. I'm sorry, I'm going in a little bit detail to help you because I could see a lot of entrepreneurs coming up in Nigeria, and we are here to encourage them. My duty is to encourage them. It is my job. And it's been a long battle for life to come up to this level and see how we can help Nigerians. I spent a lot of time in Nigeria. I spent a lot of time in Africa to see how we can help to bring poverty level down. We can help everyone. So I'm here to help you, whatever area, blow molding, PET, you name labels, you name anything that you want, we can help you. Technologies, as I said, will keep on changing. Technology will not end. As long as we have research, which big companies are happening, we have to look at different barriers. There are so many barriers coming that, we can have a raw material and it will dilute itself. But depending on the product, you have to go product by product. You have to be specific. And whenever you go to manufacture, please be specific. If you are not specific, you're going to find it difficult. You may have a packaging for food industry which will not help you. Please be careful in your approach. I don't want to say, I think there are many manufacturers here, good people, who also can speak about packaging to see what innovation they have done which can help you in the long term. I think too much speaking, there are many other people, so I will not speak, but I want to say I'm grateful for providing me this opportunity. Thanks to Mr. Omar, thanks to this institution that keeps on encouraging. We are encouraged. We manufacture, we like to play a very active role into manufacturing to help others. So any inquiries, any area that we can help you, we have a number of areas that we think we can serve you. Please give us an opportunity. Once again, I welcome every one of you, and I want to thank you and wish you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I've told them to put it off so you can be comfortable, sir. Yes. Yes, I've put it off. Thank you so much. See, he said he's been in Nigeria for quite a while, and it's actually true. Small AC, now he's shaking. It's okay, thank you. Key points that he mentioned. Some people are arguing with me that it's not small AC. All right, it's okay. Key points, or key take-home points that we can get from what he said. Smart packaging is very important, and it's the smart way to go. Also, put into consideration costing, and also ensure that you are in tune with the ever-changing technology, making sure that you are using the right machinery, as well as being specific. That is a masterclass packaged in just 10 minutes, and that is amazing. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Fantastic. Let's put our hands together again for Kim, please. Thank you. Thank you. So, for the sake of aesthetics, I'd like us to please move to the seats that are in front of us. Please move to the seats that are in front of us. For those of us who are at the back, I wonder if you're leaving the seats for the angels to sit in front. They're actually for you. So please just move to the front so that those who are coming in later, and they will come in later, they won't disturb the rest of us who are here. So I want to beg, please, thank you so much. To my right, please. There are empty seats in front of you. Just walk forward and just occupy the seats. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for them as they are standing up. Let's encourage them. Thank you. Thank you so much. In the middle, please, let's move forward. There are seats, empty seats right in front of us here. Let's move forward. And to my left, please, let's move forward. Thank you. There are empty seats in front. Just move to the empty seat in front of you. Thank you so much, so that there will be, proper arrangement, and it will be good for the media as well. A fantastic one. So the next person I'm about to call up, or before I do, okay, let's let them settle first. Go ahead and settle. Oh, please go ahead, ma'am. Okay. Absolutely. She's asking if there's going to be provision, during the program to ask questions, and it's a very big yes. I mean, why open a discussion session where people can't interact? I mean, it's a dialogue, like I said at the beginning. Thank you so much, ma'am. So there's going to be time for questions, for you to ask questions as quickly as possible. So yes, please, before we do that, there's something you need to quickly do. I know a lot of us came with our friends and our colleagues. Return to your neighbor. And if you have seen your neighbor or you've spoken to that neighbor before, you need to look for somebody else you haven't spoken to today. Because we talked about forging partnerships in the introduction. And it's very important. You meet new people and you're able to forge partnerships that can take your business and, in fact, the packaging industry to the next level. So look at your neighbor. If you realize that, I know this person, I've seen him before, please look for another neighbor. You are free to go to the back. You are free to look at the side before I call up the next person to speak and say something nice to the person, greet the person. If he doesn't understand your language, teach them one word in your language. So for the next 2 minutes, quickly for the next 2 minutes, because I'm going to ask you who you met, what the person said, and some other question. So you better be smart in asking your questions. It's not just about smart technology, it's about smart questioning as well. So for the next 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, let us just meet somebody new, and just say something nice to the person. Ask whatever question you want to ask, including the person's name, because jump question begins after 2 minutes elapses. So please, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes and 2 minutes only. This is speed networking. Speed, like pam, 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 pam. Speed networking. If your neighbor is pushing you to speak to him or her, reject it. Move to the next person. Tell your neighbor, I want to meet somebody new. You're free to walk around, meet somebody you haven't met before. There are people in front. There are people in front who need people to speak to them. Go ahead. Nigerians, there's nothing stopping you from walking to the front to greet somebody. You want them to come and greet you. I don't know why. Why do we do that in this country? There's nothing wrong with you walking forward or backward to say hi to somebody. So let's just do that quickly. Thank you. Exchange cards. You might just meet your partner. 60 seconds to go. $50 seconds. Is now or never. 40 seconds. Let's begin to wrap up the conversation now. 30 seconds. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm begging you now. I'm saying thank you. You don't want to hear now. When I was greeting you in the morning, good morning, you were doing as if you can't talk to somebody. Now I'm begging you to stop. It's difficult. Thank you, please. Thank you. Thank you. You're an amazing audience. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Thank you, quickly. Fantastic set of human beings we've got here. All right, I never knew manufacturers could talk this much. I mean, you see them with their machines and everything, you know, but it's a good thing to see that you can talk very well as well. I mean, we have sanguines within you people. All right, quickly. I'm still going to come back and ask you questions about who you met to. So don't even think you've escaped it. You're not going anywhere. And don't forget that we have to Christian people some Nigerian names before they leave this place. So please keep your names. Keep them very well. Don't let your neighbor hear it, because you might just win a gift, a very interesting and beautiful gift. You want to know what the gift is? Do you want to know what the gift is? Okay, I'll tell you. After we listen to the next speaker for his own opening remark, Ahmed Alex Omar, the African Packaging Institute of Packaging, Nigeria. He is one person who always ends his greetings with. I remember I sent him, Happy New Year, sir. Thank you so much for looking in my direction. Just normal things, the way you talk to your clients and everything. And the way he ends the conversation was invest in packaging education. I was like, let's hear from him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Alex Omar to give us his own opening remarks. And hopefully, he might just end up saying, invest in packaging education. Let's put our hands together for the man in white.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all here on behalf of the African Packaging Organization, the World Packaging Organization, the Institute of Packaging Nigeria, and the Advanced Institute of Packaging Professional Nigeria, and the organizers of PROPAK West Africa. This journey started in 2008 when I traveled to Mexico. If you remember, 2008 was the year of the swine flu, like you had the coronavirus. So we had the same experience long before you experienced coronavirus. In that trip, this was what I came back to Nigeria, because I met the biggest packaging exhibition in Mexico City. And in the course of the conversation, can we have same in Nigeria? They told me yes. 1 week when I got back to Lagos, there was a mail from South Africa. I said, yes, you are interested in having a packaging exhibition in Nigeria? And I said, yes. If you recall very well, what we normally have in Nigeria, we used to have trade fairs. But this was something different from trade fair because it was a show exclusively for packaging. Everything here is about packaging. In 2012, we had the first Smart Packaging Conference because this show actually is in its 11th year. After all the up and down, we were able to have the first packaging exhibition in Nigeria, which was PROPAK West Africa. You will ask, why was it called PROPAK West Africa? Because the original plan was to have 1 year in Nigeria and the second year in Ghana. After the exhibition, we decided to have conferences which were different from the exhibition. We'll have the conference every year. So we had the first packaging, Smart Packaging Conference in Maryland, in Lagos, 11 years ago. And this is the 10th year of PROPAK. And so we're bringing a Smart Packaging Conference again. We decided also to add intelligent. So if somebody is smart and is intelligent, you wonder what kind of human being you'll be dealing with. Today, packaging is very, very smart, and it's also very, very intelligent. Some of them speak to you. This is the level the packaging has reached. Some of them remind you of your medication. They tell you, I'm not taking your medication. You know, when you get older, you tend to forget. And this is what packaging is trying to do in the health sector. Packaging, like we're all here in this room, I can bring a device and I wave it here. I know who is here, everybody. You all tag. I know your name, I know who you are. This is radio frequency, tag identification. When you go these days to some supermarket, you can no longer shoplift. Because if you take a product and walk out of the door, the alarm goes off. These are tags that are put on these. In some countries, there are products that are not meant to be sold there. And they all tag. So you'll be listening to people who will talk about track and trace. And in some products, like in the cold chain sector, the cold chain you find here, you know what normally happens? When the electricity goes off, the ice goes off, you're supposed to throw away the product. Because when the cold chain is broken, it means the product is already bad. But the smart people here, what do? They refreeze. But when you have smart packaging, the moment the temperature drops below what it's supposed to be, the packaging automatically tells you, sorry, I'm no longer good for consumption. This is the level packaging has reached. These are some of the things that in the next 6-7 hours, you will listen to experts. We have decided also to make this very, very brief because we know we're very busy people and we brought a lot of speakers. But another thing also we do, I run a packaging academy licensed by the Institute of Packaging South Africa. I run a 1-year diploma in packaging technology course. This year I have about 15 students. Last year we graduated 25. We also have our master certificate program, which runs for a very short period. We have another one coming up next week, Monday. We already have 11 people from Export Promotion Council who have signed in, and then we're looking for more people to add. We also like to thank Mr. Mishindani because he always gives us access to the factory. You cannot learn packaging without seeing practical or physically what is happening. We visit supermarkets, so you have knowledge of what we are talking about. Sometimes we visit the ports, so you can also see what Nigerians are doing. When you go to the airport, you see a lot of Nigerians driving in with their car, exporting products, even poorly packaged. You heard the story of the beans that was rejected. You heard the story of the yam that left Nigerian shores and get boiled when it goes overseas. This is because people have not invested in learning. There is no good reason why you should have yam living here to Europe and then it's cooked when you arrive there. It means that the people who were doing that were not trained. They did not have knowledge of what they were doing. The same thing, you do not have any reason why beans will go from here to Europe and then you have insecticide there. You no longer need insecticide to control weevils in this product. There's what we call hermetic sealing, where you take away oxygen inside a container. Any living organism there will die. So weevils will not grow inside beans if you pack them in a container where you deny them of oxygen. I mean, this is the level packaging has reached. I was in India for packaging training. The Indians are very, very advanced. We don't need to say much about that. They have just gone to the moon. But if you go here also, you see a lot of the stamps here are Indians. I also trained in Michigan State University, packaging. Outside this, I also run a media academy. Because of the love for packaging, I decided also to go find knowledge on how to disseminate this. That's one of my colleagues. We were in a training together. She's a media expert. We were being trained by Facebook. So here, you meet a lot of people. I would also like to thank my colleagues from Bob's. Mr. Fauzi has been here for the last 40 years. As a young engineer, when we were very small, he used to look about 4 factories, Ibadan, Lagos. So I welcome everybody here. You have a lot to learn. We'll keep the videos, they are online. We are streaming on Facebook. Tell people to join. We are streaming on our YouTube channel. And we welcome you all here. We know it's going to be a very, very tight event, but we'll try to give it to you as much as we can. After now, you go back on our YouTube channel, our Facebook channel. You can go through all this again. If you need anything, the magazines on the table, my details are there. And then you can connect up with me either for packaging education or for any other question. Thank you. I welcome you all and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Somebody with an experience of over 3 decades. I mean, he's a boss, and let's put our hands together for him again. This is fantastic. I want to ask the video guys, must I climb up? Must I climb up every time? Because sometimes I like to go in the midst of the people. The cameraman said I have to. All right, no problem. Thank you. Quickly. So we're going to be going into the next. Okay, I got the permission to move around when I have to, so that's where the power lies. Thank you. Chairman, do I have the permission to move around if I want to? I'm free, right? Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Thank you so much, sirs, for your immense contribution. So quickly, before we move into the next item on the agenda, I want to ask my jam questions. Hi, lovely. Could you just help us with the microphone? Because we're going to be passing it around so I can ask questions. So there are several rules that I should have told you earlier on. Several rules. And that's what I do whenever I host events like this. If you don't want me to call you to speak, don't look away. Don't look by the side. Don't pretend like I'm receiving a call. Don't even pretend like you're sending a message to everybody. Just look at the stage and we are fine. The moment you begin to look, and that's when I'm going to call you. So I've set my rules. Now, if you break it, your neighbor can nominate you like, this one is looking away. Please call him. So just be asking a couple of questions. Who we met, and you know, the person's name, what the person does, and what you guys spoke about. Tell us only the things we need to know. Don't tell us the things we don't need to know. Thank you so much. So quickly, let me come down like I've been given the freedom to open that with my high heels. I don't end up hitting my head on the ground. Thank you so much. All right, let's speak with the woman who asked the first question. She's beautiful. She's dressed in, you know, an African attire like I am partially right now. Good morning, madam. Please help give her the microphone. Good morning, please. Just tell us your name, what you do, and of course, who you met.
Okay. My name is Regina Imoisili. I happen to have been the one that developed what is now called pure water in Nigeria. It took me 4 years. That was 1991 to 94. I actually came because of that product. I mean, we are into bottling and other things, but that product continues to be a problem, and that wasn't the intention. It becomes a problem because the packaging is a huge challenge in the industry. Because of the low value of the product, people just drink anything. We're supposed to use food-grade poly. Nobody, well, a few of us are still doing that. So that's why I would like to see the chairman and many other people that will help us in the industry. We're over 16,000 producers in Nigeria. It's a huge segment of this economy. Well, to your question, I met Alhaji Shehu Yunusa from Kaduna, all the way from Kaduna for this thing.
That deserves a round of applause, please.
Yes, it does. And coincidentally, he's into recycling. And I told him that's one of our challenges too. Because we have all these leakages and things, and we don't know what to do with the poly. We, as an association, we tried recycling. That's not our job. We don't do that. We produce water. So I need to talk to him later also. So you see, we did have a rapport.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Isn't that awesome? I mean, she just met a partner right now. I mean, see, back then I remember it was ice water, where they tie it inside this, you know, transparent bag. And the next thing, there was one Tusha, you know, sealed water that was passing around, and they called it pure water. I don't know how pure it is, but it's okay. We'll manage it that way. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Okay, one more person. Quickly, who am I going to call? Okay, can somebody nominate somebody? Who is looking away? Look at your neighbor. If he's looking away, look at your neighbor and nominate your neighbor. See, they are all looking straight. I like this audience. Beautiful people. I like this audience. They're all looking at the front. Hi. How you doing? Please, can you give him the microphone? Thank you so much. Let's meet you. What you do. Maybe you were the one that started producing, I don't know, something we don't know, I don't know. And tell us who you met, please. Thank you.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Samuel. So,
Samuel what, sir?
Adeola. Okay. So, actually, I'm coming to this exhibition for the first time. Okay, so a friend invited me before I go online to register. So I met a lot of people.
What do you do, sir, first of all?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm into logistics and also general printing. Okay,
Fantastic.
so also into transportation. So I met my neighbor. I couldn't ask her name. I have to meet someone else. I met Regina. I think she said her name is Regina. She's into food processing, like local rice or further rice.
Fantastic.
So we talk and talk. I let her know that we're into printing. We could package. I actually asked her if there is packaging for their products. She said no. So we could have a business. Yes. So I met a partner.
Fantastic. Let's put our hands together for Samuel. Thank you so much. It's working. Exactly. It's working. What we ask for is actually working. You guys are doing absolutely awesome. We're still going to go around. Thank you so much for also looking at the stage when I was coming towards your direction. Oh, you make my job so easy. Thank you so much. So quickly, let's hear from somebody who is very big on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I don't know how to pronounce the short name, the short form of that name, because somehow it's tongue twisting. After. Evans is going to help me. Wait. Oh, yeah. Evans is going to help me with that. So what we're going to be taking a look at quickly is going to market under the AFCFTA from the lens of supply chain management and smart packaging in e-commerce. I mean, somebody just mentioned logistics here. We know how very important during the dot-com bubble in Nigeria that logistics business became really a big deal even till today. You want to buy 5,000 naira earphone, they will charge you 4,000 naira, 500 naira for delivery, and you're like, what is this? You know, but these guys are very important to every one of us. So we're taking a look at it from the perspective of the AFCFTA. And the person who will be speaking to us about this issue is somebody who is loud gone. I mean, if you say it in the local parlance about the issues around the AFCFTA and how SMEs, businesses in Nigeria, can leverage on, this, regional, market that we have available here in Nigeria. So quickly, just to, his profile is actually very big, really. Let me just pick one or two things that are pretty pivotal here. He is a consultant, an intra-Africa trade advisor, an AFCFTA media fellow trainer, and a social entrepreneur with over 12 years of experience across manufacturing, multinational, non-profit, information technology, management, and intra-African trade advisory, and of course, a pan-African youth leadership, and as well as the AFCFTA entrepreneurship space. You know some profiles that you really begin to have headache. This is one of those profiles. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one and the only Evans Adebo, the Pan-African Business Lab Solutions founder. Let's put our hands together for him. Evans, as you've taken the mic, I want to beg you, because I know if he starts talking, you'll be begging me not to stop him. Evans, please, we just have 10 minutes to have this conversation. Thank you so much. Your mic is yours.
Thank you very much. I think you made this presentation a lot more easier for me. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to appreciate the chairman, to appreciate the president for this opportunity and this honor to be here, as well as everyone that is here today. Yes, we're looking at going to market under the FCFTA from the lens of supply chain management and smart packaging in e-commerce. I just had to prepare this. It's about 7 slides, so I'm not going to take much of your time. The chairman said something during his opening remark. Okay, I think he's the moderator, that the Sonar Group, their local content, over 85% is being sourced locally. I was humbled when I heard that, because AFCFTA threshold is talking about at least 40%. And here you have Sonar Group, over 85% being sourced from her. So I think every product, every Sonar Group product is already AFCFTA bound, because that meets the minimum threshold. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for that. And then also, I also want to quickly make mention, our president said something, talking about e-tag, the tracking. There's something about what we call rules of origin in AFCFTA that helps to determine the nationality of products, so that product can cross national borders. And so when I heard about that, so instead of those manual trying to determine the nationality of a product for product to circulate, if we can have something like this, like for instance what I'm wearing, that allowed me to be tracked, okay, probably in this, for all the products within this free trade area, I think that will be absolutely amazing. So maybe from this conversation, we're going to take it to the next level to see how we can engage with markets, operators, institutions, and to look into all of this. All right, in the words of the moderator, I borrowed that from her. Welcome to PROPAK, West Africa, where innovation meets opportunity. Let's move to the next slide. Now, the opportunity that we're going to be looking at is, let me begin from AFCFTA, what to note about AFCFTA. When you look at the magazine, you're going to see an article on the AFCFTA. So the details about it is already there. But there's just something I want to mention, few things, okay, to lay the foundation for this conversation. Let me begin by making that AFCFTA is a trading agreement between over 54 African countries that creates a market. And this market cut across these 54 African countries. So we're looking at 1.4 billion people, African consumers, and this market is valued at 3.4 trillion US dollars. That's about 2019 or thereabout. I'm sure if they were to do the valuation now, it's definitely going to be more than that. So let's keep that. And then the next point I want to make is this market allows movement of goods, movements, trading services, trading goods, trading investment, okay, and persons. So we're looking at 1.4 billion people having free movement access within basically Africa, including these various goods and services, and then investment. And then the next thing I want to quickly mention is there are over 5,516 products on the general product list that can be exported under this trading agreement. These are range of products, like there are range of products or different tariff headlines that can be exported under this trading agreement. Why do I have to mention? That's just on general product list. You have sensitive product lists that is over 450, about 474 thereabout on the sensitive product list. And then you have the exclusive product list, about 197 on the exclusive product list. Now let me just talk about the general product list. It means that each of these products is going to be requiring one form of packaging or the other. I had to mention that because we're talking about where innovation meets opportunity. So each of this range of products, we're talking about products that are classified under a tariff headline. So each of these range of products are going to be needing some form of packaging to travel, to circulate around Africa. And also to mention the sensitive products list that has over 400 and something range of products. So it means beyond the general product list, we are also going to be looking at packaging, okay, for sensitive product item. I think our president mentioned something that happened, yam. Is yam a sensitive product? Can we classify yam as a sensitive product? But again, you can imagine for yam to travel from here to, and then it got spoiled. You can see where we are. Just yam that is not even a sensitive product. Then, so it means that thank God for this conversation for PROPAK West Africa. I know that definitely they are bringing the technology, smart solution, they are bringing the innovation, and then the opportunity is here. The market is here, the opportunity. But where I want to anchor this keynote is at what cost are we going to be doing this? Can we do this? In order to ensure that from sustainability point of view, okay, the humans the environment, the communities, and our planet is safe. We will get there very shortly. Now, in terms of supply chain, let me just quickly mention a few things on this. There are a few things I want us to note on supply chains. There are, according to a recent report by UNIDO, between now and, okay, let me see. Okay, this is UNECA. There's the one before. Okay, as we speak, 8 countries have already started trading as we speak. And if you look at the magazine you are holding, that was the first transaction that happened between Kenya and Ghana. That's worth over 77,000 US dollars. I think the last one was about last month or last 2 months. That was between Tunisia and Cameroon. So trading has started. And as we speak, Nigeria, preparation is already at an advanced stage for Nigeria to be onboarded and start trading under this agreement. Now, a major part of this agreement covers digital trading, digital trade, and that is e-commerce. And also they also come with the ability to receive and make payment in local currencies. So the issue of having to source for forex and all of that and the charging, because USD, the cost of the fees and charges and conversion rate is costing Africa over 5 billion US dollars every year, and that's so much. So we're looking at how we can trade. And okay, that's a cost that is filtering away. It should have been part of profit. It should have been part of profit, but it's coming as bank charges. So you are writing it off from your profit and loss. So we want to see how we can recover that. So the e-commerce is also going to come with the ability to make your payments and receive money. And make your payment and receive money in local currencies. Now, UNECA, United Nations for Economic Commission for Africa, indication are that with AFCFT absolute terms, over 25% of intra-African trade gains in services will go to transport alone. Over 25% gain of the implementation of this agreement, which is already in force, would go to transport alone, and nearly 40% of the increase in African services production would be in transport, leading to expected increase in African trade in transport services by nearly 50%. Supply chain. Supply chain. And there's one before this. Let me just quickly. Okay, let's go. Now, according to the research findings, AFCFTA require 1.8 million trucks for bulk cargo and 248,000. Now, more than that, AFCFTA requires 97,614 wagons for bulk cargo and 20,668 wagons for container cargo by 2030. This increases to 132, 857, and 36,482 wagons respectively if planned infrastructure projects are also implemented. Here I just want to picture the volume of cargo that will be required, both in terms of air cargo, cargo airport, by land and seas, in terms of vessels that is going to be required, okay, as we move along. On maritime, implementing AFCFTA will double the freight from 58 to 131.5 million tons. You have an all and all. But where I'm going is this. Okay, where I'm going is the last is at what cost? What is this going to cost us? It is good to note that there's a huge market that AFCFTA offers, provides, both as a policy and the market. And then at the same time, it is good to note the volume of activities, transactions that would happen. But when you look at all of these in terms of the social dimension, talking about the people and the communities, what is going to be the cost? We're talking about climate change. We're talking about already climate, the impact. The climate change is already costing Africa so much. And then we're talking about adding over 1 million cargo, truck and all of this. Then we'll talk about the impact to the planet. We'll talk about the impact to the environment, the land, the seas, right? And the air. We'll talk about the impact. Now we're trying to talk about decarbonization to ensure that our activities does not impact negatively on our environment. And this is where I want to anchor this keynote. This is why we are here. This is why we are here. So that we can see leverage on innovation to create smart solution where we can carry out our business in a very efficient manner. So that give us the ability for better use of resources without putting ourselves or the environment or our community or even the planet in danger. And this is where I want to hold it. So once again, we're happy that we're here, where we are going to be learning more about innovations, better way of doing things, so that to ensure that at the end of the day, both we ourselves that is running the business and our environment is safe, secured. At least we're not doing more harm to ourselves. Thank you very much.
Fantastic one, Evans. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And we're just going to do a back-to-back. I mean, he did drop some insights into how the goings on are in the AFCFTA. And I want to tie it to what Arjani said earlier on when he spoke about some things to consider. He also did mention that even if we're trying the smart packaging initiative, the intelligent packaging initiative, there's something we need to take a very good look at, which is the machinery. And that is going to be the focus of the next conversation. So the topic is going to focus basically on revolutionizing packaging with smart technologies. And there'll be no other person than the person who has been informally introduced when Mr. Ahmed was speaking. No other person than Fauzi Ben Sassi of Bob's. While he walks up to talk to us about it, I'll just read a bit of his profile. Fauzi Ben Sassi holds a degree in mechatronics engineering. First time I'm hearing mechatronics in my life. My goodness. He started his journey with Bob's in 1993 as a dedicated field service engineer, demonstrating his expertise in the field. His exceptional skills led to his promotion to sales manager in 2000 with a focus on African markets. He has consistently contributed to Bob's success by effectively combining technical knowledge with commercial skills. Perfect combination. Throughout his career, Fauzi's dedication and strategic thinking have played a pivotal role in expanding the company's presence in Africa. And he has been in Nigeria for 5 years, meaning we still need to give him a Nigerian name if he hasn't gotten one yet. So please look out for him in case he's working. Look at the way he's working and look for a name that fits him perfectly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we learn all things technical and machinery all the way from Bob's, Fauzi. Put hands together for him, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fauzi. I am familiar with Nigeria as my brother Ahmed. We work a lot together. We start this presentation and we talk about the packaging and the smart packaging today, especially what Bob's vision, what Bob's solution. Bobst is the world leading supplier of equipment and service for packaging. We are mainly on plastic, on corrugated, on folding carton, and on label, for industries. What is smart packaging? The target is empowering the future of packaging. Okay. It's not going. Oh, okay. Next slide, please. Okay. What the value of packaging on the history of we have what we call the main function of packaging. 1900, the packaging it was mainly to protect the goods. 1950, things change and become to inform the consumer. And since 2000 now is to attract the consumer. This is the main change on the packaging since 100 years. The new trend on the packaging, now we have to take care of the customer experience, the security, and the sustainability. Smart packaging solution, that means we have to follow some rules. We have to look at the certified origin to protect the customer against counterfeiting. Must be follow the optical brand, protection with hologram application, track and trace, validation, code check, and in line with the compliance with legal requirements. Next. Okay, we have to respect the traceability today, tamper evident boxes, creasing and partial cutting, complex box design. In the same time, we have to respect the precision and we adapt ourselves for the complexity of the product. The embellishment is powerful marketing today. I can add awareness and value to content, reinforce the brand identity and loyalty, permits the packaging and content, differentiation and shelf stand out, increasing the consumer purchase motivation. Our portfolio for the high range, the master foil 106 PR or We can go the machine adapted to our market, what we call mid-range, the expert foil or the Nova foil, the Nova foil 106H, division foil 104 or division foil 104H. Next. This is the last design and last development by Bobs, the Nova foil 104. It's mainly for foiling both directions. To do all complicated job with foiling. Now, some point on this machine is more stamping energy and giving speed, longer dwell time. That means we have better foiling on the application. Even the platen temperature is divided by zone. That means we can heat zone by zone. Okay, the hologram application is to avoid counterfeiting, to track and trace the product for the certification and identity. The flexibility and performance, we can go to up to 10 hologram module. That means 10 hologram lines. Module can be set up individually, embellishment over 106 size, and we can run complex design for brand protection in one single pass. This system is fast and easy for the real change, independent motor and brakes, easy precise position, quick connection, and guaranteed register precision. Now we will talk about other things. It's about the braille. You know, all pharma boxes now in Europe or America, they must have the braille. We remain in Africa, not yet. We are not ready, but it will come. Especially when we talk about export. If you want to export your medicament, you have to get the braille, not only for your local use. Okay, we have the what we call unique technology, robust design with low inertia, graded high quality of stability. Initially, we do the braille on die cutter, on the platen, but with the new regulation and for the speed and for many applications, we develop the braille on the folder gluer. We can braille left or right panel on the box. We can go to up to 8 line and 4 panel. We can do what we call traverse embossing, and we can reach at speed of 150 box per hour. That means the folder gluer will run at same speed to glue, to fold, to glue, and to do the braille at the same time. The video. Next. Easy changeover. Instead of spending 4 to 6 hours to change from one job to job, on the folder blower we change in 5 minutes. Next. Now, the packaging, the main functional packaging and protection, faster time to market, customer premium security, e-commerce. This is the big now the big chapter in Europe and in America, the e-commerce, especially after the corona problem, and the sustainability. how to shipping what called the shipping the future. You know, the channel for production, they start from the brand owner to designer to pre-press, window, solution supplier, converting packet, the consumer. But all of them must be today connected. All information must be exchanged. And to realize this, what we call possibility, we have to work on the connectivity, digitalization, automation, and sustainability. To receive or to succeed, to get all these points, the machine must be done with high quality, high efficiency, good control, sustainability, and the proximity. Don't forget the industry is proximity industry, especially on folding carton. Now, no, past. What we can, okay. This is the last one. Any question? Yes. Yeah.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Fauzi, please. Thank you so much, sir. So what we're going to do is this. While Mr. Fauzi takes a sit, I would have loved us to take 2 questions now, but because of cohesiveness, what we're going to do is whatever questions you have from the opening remark of the chairman till the last, presentation for this segment, because it's all in this segment about smart and intelligent packaging. The next segment, we're going to move into regulations. So any questions you have, very much connected to what the speakers have said, please write them down, because we're going to give 10-15 minutes to deal with these questions. Okay, so please just write them down and don't go anywhere, because they'll be here for you to answer your questions. Okay, so let's quickly move on to the next item on the agenda. It is going to be a presentation, and it's in the question format: how smart technologies enable track and trace solutions for product authentication and anti-counterfeiting in smart packaging. So we have 2 people that are going to take care of this particular presentation. I think they're either going to come out one after the other, or they'll come out together. I don't know what the format is going to be like, but I'm going to watch to see how it's going to be. Kobus Pelza Makim Imaje. Oh my goodness. Okay. Then Amith. Are you people coming out together? So I can just call the names together? You're not sure? Yeah. Okay, so I'll just pronounce the name, so at least let me show that I've pronounced the name that is not Nigerian. Thank you. And we also have Amith Sukundan of Services Beverage Africa Group. So since Kobus is here, let's put our hands together for Kobus as he gives us his presentation. And I'm going to beg him that I'm going to cut his time by 5 minutes. He's supposed to have a 20-minute presentation, but for the sake of time, please just do it for us in 15 minutes. If you do it shorter, well, thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this packaging show. Just a little bit of history from my side. So for the last 23 years, I've been in the not logistics, but track and trace, print, coding, marking industry. So based in South Africa, for the last 6 years, I'm working for Mark & Marsh, based in Johannesburg, looking after South, West and East Africa as a channel development manager. Okay. Now, I've set up this presentation and it's quite nice and working through everything like that, it's not a problem. But I'm going to ask a question for everyone. What is track and trace for you in Nigeria? What is the concept? Sorry? Traceability. Traceability. Now, traceability starts in where? In your factory. It has to come from your factory where your product is produced, packaged, where your package is used, and then all gets sent all over the country, all over the world. Now, there's a couple of statements that we could have a look at. I'm too heavy for this stage. So if you look at basically on the right-hand side here, we've got food, beverage, personal care, pharmaceuticals, extrusion, electronics, and that's all part of the growth of Nigeria at the moment. Food, beverage, pharmaceuticals. And this is where the track and trace really starts. It's a compliance from governments that requires that you need to track and trace your medicine. Make sure that there is the right chemicals involved in there. It does not expire. So pharmaceuticals is one of the key leading track and trace environments or industries that we found it in. Oh. Next slide. Sorry, next slide. No, it looks like it's stuck. So there's, just carrying on with the rest on that, is there is technologies out there that could help you with the track and trace. First of all, the counterfeit as well. We spoke about basically transporting goods over the borders. Is it legal? Can you do it? And there's a traceability system behind that. And I'll go a little bit in. There is a little bit of a live demo in there as well, that you could scan a 2D barcode. It's technology that we have as well. Everybody's got 2D barcodes, but this is live. You could actually see what is happening with that. Okay, so we're working from, still not working. So it's basically, we can supply you lasers. That ensures you, first of all, it is a permanent code on your product. Even if it's a PET bag, sachets, cans, metal, rubber, we could use that. So there's different permanent branding. And also some of the new legislations that came out at the end of the day is do not put a code on a cap, a sleeve on a product. Put it on the product itself. Okay. Because that makes it, yes. Cap can be changed. You could, laser, you can't just wipe off with a alcohol or a acetone or anything like that. It's permanent. Now add a 2D barcode to that. What happens? You could trace that product, doesn't matter where it goes. Till the day that you have to recycle it, you could bring it back. Next slide. Okay, so
Next slide, please. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting this conversation, but please, I think what they said is you have is soft touch. Soft touch, you don't have to touch it too hard, fix it too hard. Let's see if it works, just soft touch. All right. Is there a way we can move to the next slide from that end? Is it working now? Maybe you probably will just go and then they'll find a way to fix it and then we'll fix it. Is that fine? All right.
okay, just coming back again. It is legislation that's actually pushing track and trace at this point. And it's good. It's good for your health. It's good for, there we go. Okay. So let me just quickly see. I'm going to kind of skip a couple of these slides. So manufacturing information. That's now something that is also highlighting. You want to track and trace. Okay, so the track and trace is not just to say this is the product. This is a can, it's whatever. It goes back to where you can receive information. What is the can made of? What is the ingredients inside the can? What company it was? What line was it manufactured? What date? All those things gets labeled in one little 2D code. And what it makes it so quite nice is this little 2D code could have, and I'm not talking about a small QR code. I'm talking about data matrix codes that could sometimes have 32 A4 pages of information in there. So you really could put a lot of information in that little 2D code. But also, just thinking about that, the consumer wants always information from basically from the factories. Why can't the consumer always give information back? Is it a good product? Is it a working product? What about that? By using the 2D barcode, scanning it, you can, it's a buyer communication information strategy. So like I said, I'm not going to speak into all the little details and everything. There is again, the 2Ds, we all spoke about it as well. We want to know where the product's from, where it's going to. That's the standard information. Now, from our side, we have a software that can do it for you. So I'm promoting a little bit as well, our products as well in here. That we've got colas, we've got the printers, we've got the hardware, we've got the camera systems, we've got the software that could control everything at the moment. I mean, in a big part of traceability these days is the tax coding. We are busy with big projects in Angola. Nigeria is coming as well, one of these days. Alcohol products, sugar products, all those. Traceability, tax coding, we can do that. So I'm skipping a little bit. This is just a little bit of detail in here. So you've got your WMS, you've got your management systems in factories. You've got your reporting structures on the line, in the offices. And then you've got literally the hardware that's coding everything right through. Now that all goes hand in hand. GS1, does anybody know GS1? Global standards for barcoding systems in the world. So everybody uses the same barcode. Same information stored in the barcode. The same way that they're set up. Now there's a little bit of a detail on this one. GTIN. GTIN number is basically the number plate of a pallet, of a product itself. Serialization. You want a serial number on your products because then you can start tracking it. Fabrication. Which company is it? And just going through that. Again, what I explained before, manufacturing could send it through to the end user and the end user could send the information back. So, bi-directional. Who's got a cell phone that's connected to the internet? Scan quickly this barcode. It's alive. So the system is up and running at the moment. If you scan that on your cell phone, you will find exactly the GTIN number, everything on that, product under recall or not. That's what the user wants. That's track and trace. So again, easier for the companies, factories, manufacturers to track this product. If there's a problem with that, guys, please scan it on the shelves, maybe in a shop, and you'll get some information. That's track and trace and a short, brief breakdown. Please feel free, if you've got any other questions, come and see me. Sorry, I'm so used to working backwards on this. There's a barcode, scan it, you'll get all my information as well. Track and trace, human. Thank you, guys. I'm too heavy.
You have just the perfect weight. Let's put our hands together for him, please. I was thinking it was going to be a boring conversation, but it ended up being sorry, sir. It ended up being, something that was really interesting, especially when he talked about the feedback. We just buy our product, we take it off the package, we consume it, and then we just throw it away. The manufacturer has no idea how you use the product, how beneficial it was for you, or what challenges you had, when using the product. And we know we have so many of them. In fact, one of the issues that I even thought that we're going to even really take a look at is the issue of some packaged consumables, as it were, aka the pure waters. You get a bag of pure water. There was a time we were doing that, and about 5 of them in the bags are already open. Drop it somewhere in your house, and the next thing, you wake up the next morning, you just see a pool, and you're wondering, where did the water come from? It's from the bag over there. So it's very good that we take a look at such issues, right? Thank you so much for that conversation. So quickly, we're going to take a look at the issue of brand engagement and how we can enhance it with augmented reality packaging. I know of augmented reality, but how that relates to packaging is what I would like to hear from our next speaker. He will not be here. Well, I think he's going to be leaving, what he's going to be talking about. He's not going to be here physically, but he'll be speaking to us virtually. So I want to get a nod from the team if we can get to hear him now, or we should pick something else and talk to him later. Sound guys, can we get... Yes. Let me know. What should I do? We need to make a decision now. All right. So we have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes to sort out the kinks. So what I'm going to do... Yes, thank you. Somewhere here is not a bad idea. No. Yes, move it somewhere here. No, just this one. Just this one, yes. We can move it somewhere here, so that the people at this end can see the screen. It's very important. Is that okay? Is it better if the stage moves? Is it better? All right, thank you. Take it easy. You can take off that mic if nobody's using it. Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, so while we're waiting to have our next speaker who will be joining us virtually to talk about enhancing brand engagement with augmented reality packaging, that should be facilitated by Oracle Israel. He'll be doing it online. So let's just use that 5 or 10 minutes quickly to ask questions, whatever questions you have from the speech of the chairman to that of Mr. Alex Omar, and to the presentations that have been made so far. I know we're burning with questions. Yes, so let's use the opportunity to ask questions. So please, if you have... Should I go ahead? Okay, they're not talking to me. So if you have questions, let me just take 2 questions for now. Just make it brief and straight to the point. For any of the speakers that have, done their bit so far, even down to the presentation we just had now, please let me see your hands up so we can just ask the questions and just get done with that while we wait to fix the glitch with the next speaker. So questions, please. Some people said they have questions, so... Or you wrote it down, you want me to read it for you. Madam, you said you had a question. Oh. Okay. Somebody else has a question? Anybody? We are begging you not to ask questions. Don't worry. You know how we do it. You know how we do it here now. But thank you so much for that. While we get to fix the glitch and speak with who we need to speak with online, let me hear from you. Are you with the mic? Thank you so much. If you were here last year for PROPAK 2022, I want to see your hands up. I was here. If you were here, good. I'm seeing. Oh yes, good. I'm seeing hands. Yes, I'm seeing hands. Thank you so much. Let me have Alhaji. I can't remember his name now. Alhaji. Alhaji Shehu. Hi, how you doing? Just stand up and introduce yourself, and please, you just, which of the sessions so far? This is feedback now, and I think, we just spoke about feedback between the manufacturer and, the person who is consuming the product. Let's hear from you.
Thank you
your
very
name
much.
and what session really touched you the most.
Welcome all of you. As she said that my name is Alhaji Shehu Usman. I'm here to view the event. My business is recycling. So as I'm here thinking that maybe my business is cover all what I've been seeing, because all my business is after the processing or the production or the packaging of those that are ready to establish business so much. So I'm a recycler. I'm used to recycle both the plastic, bottles, iron, and many of packaging. So I'm very grateful to be here, and maybe my speech will be after when I cover
Can you hear me?
what the other producer will say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shehu. Before you sit, please, I just have a question for you. Alhaji Shehu, please. If you have a question for a manufacturer as regards the challenges you are getting when it comes to recycling, what would that question be?
So surely I have a lot of questions, especially the second to the last speaker. So I think my question is that how did they meet up, especially the small entrepreneur that are ready to establish their packaging very well, but surely they cannot capable to meet them to the higher stage. For example, there are someone that said that there are some people trying to export yam and other products from Nigeria, in which that what is making them that not be able to do that is just lack of the education or how to package such things. Because if you go to many countries now, maybe you will find out that they used to package Irish and other tubes to take a long time, or to even export it from other country to other country, and you will find out that maybe here in Nigeria, I've never seen such kind things. Maybe if they want to export it, they will just carry it in a tube, and before reaching that destination, it will rust and maybe. So surely we wanted to see how those that have that facilities to meet up the target or to meet the small entrepreneur to keep them in line so that at least will.
Yes, fantastic. Who did you say you want to address that to?
What?
Which of the speakers did you want to
second
address?
To the last.
Second. That should be Fauzi. That should be Fauzi, right?
Yes.
All right.
Where is he? I think
mechatronics.
he sat here.
Oh, he stepped out briefly.
Okay, step out.
Probably when
Okay.
he comes in before
Okay.
we connect with our
No
online
problem.
virtually, he's going to be asked.
Thank you
answering
very
the
much.
question. So that's a question somebody had in mind, but I didn't wake up to ask. But thanks. I'm glad I was able to bring that out. So yes, I've gotten the go ahead that we can now welcome Oracle Israel, who will be virtually talking to us about enhancing brand engagement with augmented reality. A quick info about Oracle Israel. He has over 7 years of experience in the branding and digital space. He runs a digital marketing agency here in Lagos, where he manages a team of 6 to drive branding, packaging, designs, marketing, and sales for startups and SMEs, and the rest of them. It's very important because I think, was it Fauzi that spoke about embellishment when he was giving his presentation? So even as you are making your packaging, there is a need for, the aesthetics to be pleasing enough to attract the buyer, because you need to make your money. If your packaging is not interesting enough or attractive enough for the buyer, you're going to have the issue of getting, your money's worth. So let's listen to Israel online. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. So good afternoon. How are you doing? It's good to. I want to know if you can hear me, please.
We can hear you loud and clear, Israel.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction. So I'm going to be speaking on. I'm sorry I was not able to make it down physically. I'm presently in Ghana for a project, and that's why I'm not there physically. Thank you once again, Mr. Ahmed, for this opportunity.
And I'm going to be speaking on enhancing brand engagement with augmented reality packaging. And I'll be doing that for the next few minutes. So I have a video I'd like to play. I hope you can hear this. Just a minute. The technical team, I don't know if they have this video already. Okay. Please let me know if you can hear. Okay, I learned you can hear the audio, so I'm just going to try and I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll have to reshare. I don't know why you can't hear, but the technical team, do you have this? Okay, share sound. Okay, share sound. So let me know if you can hear it now. Can you hear the audio now?
Yes, please.
Don't stop, come alive. Come alive, y'all. We came to set you free. Don't stop, come alive.
Welcome back. You really are part of the team. Try again to win some amazing prizes, or try out our new takeover filters. You know what to do. Choose one.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So I'm just going to go into the next slide. Now, what we just watched was a campaign by Fanta in 2018, right? And what they tried doing was to play around augmented reality with their packaging product, and you would see that there was a very increase, there was a lot of increase even in sales of their product as at that time because of that campaign. So I just wanted to introduce to you what we really mean by augmented reality. It's all about engaging your consumers, you know, as against what we have, the normal packaging we have. The augmented reality packaging helps you engage your consumers better. They can engage with the brand, they can communicate, they can talk back to the brand, and so that's actually what we're going to be discussing all through this section. My name is Israel, and just like I was introduced, I'm the founder of the Light Digital Media in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm also a Rotarian, and I believe in service above self. I've worked with Mr. Ahmed, several times, in assisting and supporting the Nigerian academic packaging students, and it's been a great time in the last few years working with them. I'm just going to go straight into the slides because of time. So today, I'll be sharing with you on 5 major things. One, what is AR packaging? How does AR function in packaging? What are the current trends as regards augmented reality? What are the pros and cons, and what are the best practices and examples we can look into? So the first thing is, what's augmented reality? Just like you watched in that video, basically it has to do with scanning a QR code or scanning a logo. That, as regards the video we just watched, was talking about Fanta, and you would notice that for the consumer to be able to participate in that particular campaign, they needed the product and they needed their smartphones, right? And so they had to take a picture, they had to scan, they had to, and when they did that, there was a pop-up to a new page, a web page where they could communicate with the brand and join the particular campaign Fanta was trying to push. So augmented reality has to do with, creating entertainment with your product. It's all around. It's all about and it's activated by scanning a QR code or a logo. It triggers an image around your packaging product. So whatever you do right now in packaging your product, you can actually do it in a smarter way using augmented reality, and it's not that difficult, to implement these things. Now, the beautiful thing about augmented reality, like I've said earlier on, is that it helps drive consumer engagement. There is no way, just like you were watching that video, I'm sure you were excited. Time will not permit me to want to ask everyone, 1 or 2 questions as regards to what you think about the video. But I'm sure if I do that, or I'm sure if I could see your faces, I would see the smile and the excitement while you were watching the video. So basically, this is what augmented reality does. It helps push your brand out there in front of your consumer. It helps them engage. It helps you engage with them. And also, you also can get real-time feedback, real-time feedback as regards sales, real-time feedback with your consumer as regards using your brand and the like. So yet there are different ways this can be implemented, and we'll be talking about it in this section. So here I did a little bit of differentiation as regards what we do right now and what the AR packaging is all about. The first one is visual appeal. So what we have right now is your packaging is generally static, and it just relies on printed graphics and text. But in AR, what you're doing is you're imputing a bit of 3D elements, and dynamic visuals. And, sometimes some other persons go the extra mile to adding a bit of animations to their packaging. And this is actually what makes it engaging, to the consumer. The second thing is consumer engagement. Well, with the traditional packaging, you're kind of limited, you're kind of limited as regards engaging with your consumer. The consumer buys a product and all he has to do is to read, right? But for the AR packaging, they can experience your brand. I'm going to show you a video where, you just scan a particular logo or an image, and you can get details as regards the components of the product. It's no more reading a text, but now you're seeing a video, you're seeing an animation that's telling you more about the product. That way, you're engaging more with your consumer. The third thing is about brand storytelling. Now, if you remember the video I showed you earlier on talking about Fanta, you would understand that Fanta tried as much as possible to talk about their product, and because the consumers engaged very well, there was a lot of messages, there was a lot of top of mind awareness of the product, while that campaign was on. So it helps to drive brand storytelling, product testing. Some persons who have not tested your product will want to try it out for the first time. and because it's engaging, I buy the product and I tell a friend that, see, I just scanned this thing with my phone and this is what is coming out. You want to post it online, you want to tell someone. So it has a way of driving product testing with consumers who have never tried your product before. And the last thing here is on customization. So AR offers dynamic personalization options like personalized message or content, and this has to do with how you design your AR packaging. Okay, so we're going to be talking about that later on. I would like to know how many minutes I have so that I don't steal more than my time. I'm a very time-conscious person. Okay, so I'm talking about the current trends as regards AR. The first thing I have here is there's a high demand of consumer expectation. So a lot of consumers using your product want to be able to engage with the manufacturers, and so there's a high demand. Because of the competition on the market, you want to stand out in whatever you're doing. You want to stand out in everything you're doing as a manufacturer, from your packaging to your branding to also engaging your consumer. Another thing we have here is the food and beverage industry, has jumped on AR a lot because, if you look at most of the videos I'm going to be sharing with you, it has to do with that sector. Because consumers use your product on a day-to-day basis, it's just wise to see how you can also communicate with them and give them an opportunity to also communicate with you also. Now, in some countries, e-commerce has also gone a little bit extra when it comes to AR, because now people do not really need to walk into your store to find out what is the cost or how they can use this particular product with their item. Time will not permit me to show you a video of someone going on the website, taking and with a scan code, he can compare the color of the shoe he wants to buy with his clothes and say, okay, this is black. It's not going to be good on this shirt. It's not going to be good on this native wear. So, with AR, you can diversify into so many things, be it e-commerce, be it F&B, or whatever sector you are in. So these are three major key trends. One is AR has given so much integration with our consumers when it comes to mobile device. It's important because everyone now has a smartphone. Not everyone, but majority of people, use their smartphone to do so many things. So your consumers do not need to buy one additional device to communicate with your brand. You already use this device. So you're communicating with them right with the device they have in their hand. The second thing here is the integration of artificial intelligence. So now with artificial intelligence, you can get real-time data. Basically, you're getting real-time data of what your consumer is saying, what he or she is trying to engage with you, as against what we do right now when we run a campaign and we don't actually know what the consumer is saying until the end of the campaign, right? But here in this case, you can know what brand the consumers appreciate more, what brand they are more excited about, what brand they want you to work on, and the like. So you get real-time feedback from your consumer every time they engage with your package. The third thing here is gamification and interactive experiences. So with AR, you can create an avenue such that your consumers can actually engage with you. They can engage with your product using a particular video. So either they scan a QR code and you take them to a particular page where they can play a very short video that talks about your product. Very quickly, let me look at the advantages and disadvantages. One very big disadvantage of this is privacy and data security concerns. Because of the fraud and everything fraud that's happening around, it's important that some persons are always skeptical some persons are skeptical about using the product. And this is one of the major challenge about AR because of fraud and the likes. People are careful on who do they share their information with and who do they talk to. The second thing is cost and implementation. AR is kind of expensive, having to build the web, having to, check what exactly, would work for your brand, would actually be demanding. So it's important that if you want to consider AR, you want to, plan around it over a period of time to be sure that you have the necessary funds to do that. The top disadvantage is technological limitation. So because not everyone has gone smart, as regards using the internet, it's difficult to be able to communicate with the rural communities because they might not really know how to go about this, and so it's important that you want to consider how you leverage on your consumers. How do you pass this information to them, even though they are not smart? So not everyone is that smart to know how they need to scan or to know how they need to take a picture, while you're trying to communicate with your brand. The other disadvantage is consumer adoption and awareness. So the solution to that is you need to do a lot of PR, you need to do a lot of content creation to help your consumer understand how they can, communicate with your brand using the packaging, right? Now, as against the disadvantage, we have a lot of advantages that comes with using AR, and that's why I want every manufacturer listening to me right now to start thinking about it. The first thing here is collaboration. With AR, you can collaborate with other companies, with tech companies, with content creators, that use your product on a day-to-day basis. Now, for example, just think about this. You buy a product, and just with a scan, you can learn how to use that product. As against you having to read a manual that is being, inserted in the packaging design. But you can just scan the package or the primary package or the secondary package. You can just scan and you watch a video of how to use. That is more interactive, right? Now, for you to be able to achieve this, you must have partnered with a technology company like mine or any other content creator company out there to be able to create the database or the web page for your package, right? The second thing is customization and personalization. So, like we watched the video we watched earlier on, you see that Fanta was trying to communicate with their consumers, saying, okay, use this filter, post it on your social media, tell a friend to also post. Which of these filters would you like? Choose any one you want and the like. So here, you're trying to give your consumer an opportunity to personalize the brand, okay? So I could say, I don't want this color, I want this color. You're giving them an opportunity to have a choice, in terms of what exactly they want and what exactly they want to buy.
Israel seems to be frozen on the screen. All right. While they're trying to fix the glitch, I know some of us want to have coffee, stretch our legs for just a bit. So if you want to have coffee, please come towards my left. I think you might have to serve yourself because the brother that was helping us out probably just stepped out. Darling, you might want to help me look just outside the door if he's there and just help me call him in. Just let him know we need him. While we try to fix the glitch there, and so we can get Israel back, because what we're talking about is very important. We can just come here. You can serve yourself coffee before, the brother that was.
Hi, can you hear me? So sorry, I lost you for.
Oh, fantastic! I think we have to pause for now, and when he's done, we continue.
Okay.
Go ahead, Israel.
Okay, thank you so much. So sorry I lost you for a while. I'm just going to share my screen again. Please let me know my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Not yet, not yet. We can see the screen.
Okay. So I was talking about the advantages and disadvantages, right? And as regards advantage, I was saying that upgraded, so it's easy to upgrade your products, especially from time to time. Let's say you want to edit something as regards to packaging. You don't have to redesign all over again. With AR packaging, all you need to do is just edit the back end of your logo or the back end of what you're trying to communicate. Like I said, if you buy a package and as against the normal manual where you need to write in different pages how to use the product, with a scan or with a picture, the consumer can get a video pop up on his or her phone on the 10 ways to use the product or something like that. So, for example, let's say you want to change that content, or you have added something to whatever product you're making. You don't have to go all over again, destroying the manuals you have already printed many years ago. Since you're not using manual, that's going to save you some cost. So what you just need to do is tell the IT firm that you're working with, and they just edit the video or the how-to video that they have on the database with an upgraded video. So it's quite easy to upgrade your content with the use of AR. So now let's look at the different segmentation in augmented reality. The first one is the packaging type. We have different types of packaging. We have the primary, we have the secondary, and we have the tertiary. So it now depends on where you want to put in, want to infuse your AR. You want to infuse it in the primary package, you want to infuse it in the secondary or the tertiary package. That would be dependent on you by technology. So when we look at technology base, some manufacturers might decide and say, okay, I just want to add a QR code such that I'm able to track my product from one location to another. That's called location-based tracking. Why some will say, okay, I want it to be based on it's a marker-based or is a markerless based. So there's a lot around the IT behind AR that I don't want to bore you with that. The top thing is industry-based. So how we're going to interact with the consumers for your food and beverage company is going to be different from an electronics company or from a pharmaceutical company or from a cosmetics and personal care company. So the communication is going to be different, although it's going to look almost the same thing, but it's definitely going to be different. Then the last thing is by the end user. So like we saw for Fanta, we're going to also watch some other videos very shortly on how it differs in terms of communicating with your consumer. So the end user segment includes both business and consumer. So how do you want to get feedback from your consumers at the end of them taking hold of your product? Or how do you want your consumers to communicate with you at the end of taking over your product? So these are some of the things you want to look out while considering augmented reality. So talking about best practices, the first one I have here is the QR code. So one very unique way is the use of QR code or a logo. But this time, this QR code has to be very visible. I know some of us already have this you will see some packaging, they have a QR code that you can scan, but when you scan it, you are only told it's not very detailed. The QR code is not even very bold enough. So if you're talking about, if you want to do something around AR, that QR code has to be very bold enough. It has to be very visible for people to see, or the logo you are trying to talk about has to be very visible for people to see. So I'm going to try and play this video so you understand what I'm trying to talk about here. Let me know if you can hear, please.
Israel, before you play the video, if you can hear me, please. You want to pause? Can you hear me, Israel? We really do not have much time on our side, so if you can just please just help summarize the salient points.
Let me just skip then. Let me skip. This is 20 seconds. So basically, that's just telling you how you can use AR for a food and beverage company, right? Some will not permit me to share this. This is talking about a wine and how they were able to communicate with their consumers, giving them a storyline approach as regards the package itself. Let me just move on. I think the second thing is the content. So the AR content should be relevant and engaging, and also in terms of branding, you should have something to do with your brand standard, with your brand colors, or your brand identity as a company. So if your brand identity is red, you shouldn't be using something around blue, something off your brand identity, right? This particular video here talks about different packaging, and but here it's not just a static image, but it's a video. So I told you earlier on that you can actually infuse animations even with your packaging with the help of AR. So that's that about yeah. So talking about SWOT analysis, I think I'm almost done. Just 2 more slides and we are done. So we have the strength, weakness. I'm only going to focus on the strength here. So as regards AR packaging, one of the major strengths is that it provides a platform for detailed product information delivery. An example of that is what I shared with you as regards taking a picture of your product, and instead of reading pages of how to use, I can just watch a video and understand what your product is talking about, right? Then as regards opportunities, you can collaborate and partner with other related organizations, IT firms, or content creators to create this animations or content for your brand. So the question I have for us today as I end this is, what would you do differently as a manufacturer? What would you do differently as regards packaging your brand? Once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope I've been able to share 1 or 2 things with you. Thank you for having me, Mr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for Israel Oriaku. Let's put our hands together for him. So, fantastic. I would have loved us to ask questions, but because we are running way behind time. Israel, your social media handle, if he is still there, you might want to drop it on the chat box so the engineering team who are at the back end can share it, either your contact or okay, that's fantastic. So if you look at the front page of the schedule that you have in front of you, the schedule for today's event, you see the number that ends with 903. I mean, there's 2 numbers there. The last number, anyways, the last number 903,5903. 5903. That's his number. So if you want to learn more about augmented reality and how it relates to the packaging that you need to do for your product, that's the best number to reach. Or reach out to him, Israel Oriakul online, and you'll be able to get him. We'll be moving to the next item on the agenda, but just a quick recess, a quick break, just a minute. You can stand up, stretch your legs, say hi to somebody you haven't said hi to before. You can come here and have coffee served in case you're feeling cold or sleepy, so you can, get yourself back up again. 15, just a minute. And there's water as well. If you need water, you could just walk up to the front, your left here, and get it. Don't be shy. It's okay. It's free. It's for you. I mean, it came with the ID card. You're already on over your shoulder. So just come ahead. Hello. And have it asked for. Tea, cookies here as well. And as we do that, we're going into the next segment, which is very important, because after you have embellished your packaging, it looks absolutely nice and okay. If the regulator tells you, Oga, this thing ain't gonna work, everything you have done is a waste. So there is the need for us to involve the regulator in this matter. So that's what is going to be the focus of the next segment, and we know how important it is. Standards Organization of Nigeria is in the house. NAFDAC is in the house, and we know how much NAFDAC has been in the news these days, catching people here and there, exposing them on, in the media. I'm one of those people who read the news, so if your product is one of those I mentioned, it's not my fault. Mama just whispered something to me now. I won't announce it. It will come in form of a question, Mama. I think it's safer if we say it in a question format, So this is a very serious issue. More like the elephant in the room, where we know there are so many, irregularities that need to be taken care of. How can we, you as manufacturers, retailers, processors, help NAFDAC achieve the mission, or even the Standards Organization, where we have collaboration between the government and then the private sector, the private players? It's very, very much pivotal. Yes, Nigerians, we know ourselves. So, yes, let's make it as fast as we can and get back to our seats as we continue with the conversation. So let the music just play for like 2 minutes, and then we're going to reconvene for the next segment. Thank you.
dirty town. Try to do my job as well as I can. Well, I'm going back to that dirty town. Trying to do my job as well as I can. Working in these bad streets, try to forget that noise around.
Because
I was sitting on that bookstore,
half an hour prior to my speech, and
thinking on the evening
now it's almost
about my baby. I was sitting on that bookstore, thinking on the evening about my baby. I've lost my mind in a whiskey, and finally I crossed bear. baby with all my heart. Can't live without her. Just a day. Oh, my baby with all my heart. Can't live without her. Just a day. I know I want to be satisfied. Then I come home again. I'm sitting in the tree. I'm feeling so lonesome. No one to talk to. I'm sitting in the train. I'm feeling so lonesome. No one to talk to. I'm so excited 'cause I'm gonna hold my baby. Well, I'm going back to that dirty town. Try to do my job.
All right, there's pressure in the air for us to move. So we're going to move with the pressure. We're going to move with the pressure. And it's going to be as fast as we can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think he's going to come help serve the coffee to you. I mean, it should have been the other way around, so we thank him so much for being so nice. He's going to come serve the coffee to you. So quickly, we're taking a look right now at regulations and implementing smart packaging in various industries. And to talk to us for the next few minutes with a presentation, we'll be focusing on the topic, realizing the business benefits of smart packaging technologies, smart packaging in the food and beverage industry. So we are niching this time around. And Victor Sosa, EPAC Flexible Packaging West Africa, will be giving us this presentation. Originally, it was supposed to be for 30 minutes, but I'm going to really plead with him to please halve the time if he can. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Victor as he comes to give the presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see a room full of entrepreneurs who are embarking on a journey of packaging made in Africa foods for our local markets, also for our international markets. Yes, I'm Victor Sosa, the General Manager for EPAC West Africa. And today I want to talk to you about smart packaging. I think you've heard quite a lot about packaging today. And what I'm offering is the extent of implementation of how smart packaging actually works in real life. I think that the stuff that we've heard so far is all about the technology that goes on, right? But we're going into the implementation. EPAC West Africa, it's a new company. We started operating in Ghana about 2 years ago, and we're now in full operation producing flexible pouches, standard pouches. How do you do this? Yeah. EPAC is all over the world. That's a way of introduction. We're the first in Africa, and hopefully we'll grow to the rest of Africa, because it's really needed, packaging in this region. And our why, our values are based on, making sure our customers are, satisfied. We give a wholesome customer service experience. We're focused on our communities as well, because a lot of you, the entrepreneurs here, and particularly with women, their impact or the impact of their success on the community has got a multiplier effect. And so by helping entrepreneurs to be successful, women to be successful, then we're helping our communities as well as our planet in a sustainable manner. EPAK has grown rapidly since it started in the US in 2016. And over the last few years, we've grown in Europe, Asia, we're in Indonesia, we're in Australia, and in South Korea, Canada, Montreal, and now we're in Ghana. So we provide a very international standard of packaging with a very local flavor. How are we different? How are we different? Our difference is quite simple. We use the digital press. The conventional technology that uses the old style printing method requires plates or molds, and that it takes you a few days to get those plates or molds made, and for each color that you have, you need to buy a plate or a mold for it. It can range anything from $100 to $500, and that's a big chunk of your investment capital in your packaging. And by the way, if you were to go to China, you'd have to buy 100,000 of these standard pouches or whatever form of packaging that you're looking for in order to make it worth your while. And then you have to import it across the seas. It takes you 6 to 8 weeks to get it here. So all kinds of reasons why what we're offering makes a better impact. So you don't have to import it from China, you import it from Accra. We finish it within 15 days of artwork approval. We send it to you by a road, and within 2 weeks you have your packaging. You don't have to pay plate fees, okay? And we help you to customize your brand for the market. The markets we serve include snacks, the natural organics, candies, jerk chicken, your cereals, lawn and garden, frozen foods, the usual suspects. Our core value proposition, fast time to market, so within 10 to 15 days, you'll have your packaging made in Accra, sent to you in Lagos or Kaduna. Economical short runs. You don't have to do 100,000. When you come to us, you can do 2,000, okay, pouches, 3,000, 10,000, okay. And you get that within 10, 15 days. So it means your working capital is always working for you. You don't have to go and buy 100,000 sitting in a warehouse for a whole year. And that's a value proposition that we have. We're also very easy on the environment. Sustainable packaging. And then the other bit about custom printing and variable data graphics is what I'll talk about in smart packaging. Our products are roll stock, finished pouches, using sustainable films. And we also offer EPAK Connect. Now, I have some handouts here and some samples, and I'll share it at the end of the presentation. Okay. So, what is EPAK Connect? Smart packaging, and how does it actually work? So, believe it or not, packaging is a communication device. Okay. Why is it a communication device? It has your products, specifications on it. You're talking to your customers every day when they go into the shop to look for it. Okay, your brand, and everything about your product and service is printed on your product. And that's why it's a communication device. And as a result of that, with this level of smart packaging, you get good customer engagement. Okay. You can also cross-sell your products. Now, when we get into what this actually does, you realize that you can actually link your package to your website, your social media website. So if you have a different product coming, or if somebody likes the cereal with moringa or the cereal with peanuts, you can share that with them on your website. Okay. Product integrity. We've heard quite a lot today about product authentication. Okay. How you validate that product, either through the lens of the regulators or to the consumers who would want to know that their products are sourced from a particular area, or let's say child labor is not involved in your production process. So there's all that information that you can add to your packaging, as well as being able to trace it, your product, where it's come from. Okay. So how does it work? So on your screen, you're looking at a serialized, secure QR code. And our partners in this technology is Contrast. What they've developed is a particular QR code that cannot be replicated. So nobody can copy it and use it on a different packaging. More importantly, because we're using the digital press, every single pouch that we produce can have its own identity of the QR code. So it's serialized, and it really is like having an individual face that is specific to that individual. And that's what the QR code does, the serialized QR code does for you. The benefits include marketing, influencing, buying decision. So if you saw your product on the shelves, I think I need to read from there as well. If you saw your product on the shelves, okay, how does that influence your buying decision? You can literally just scan your QR code on the shelves and see whether what you're looking for in that product is embedded, that information is available to you. So before you purchase, and also once you get it home, it helps customers to connect with you and your story. Maybe you have some recipes. Okay, so you're selling flour, for example. You can have a recipe for the flour on the back or on a QR code that the customer can pick up and produce that particular flavor or recipe that is on your QR code. Okay. You then also have the opportunity to capture the customer data, because once they scan that information, their location tells you who your customers are. They may give you their email, they may not. You can also know exactly where your products are selling, what time of the day actually they're selling. You can determine all that with customer capture data. Brand protection. This is where the likes of, let's say, the FDA comes in, product verification. If they want to know that your product is authentic, the formulation of your drugs are authentic. Even the GRA, the tax authorities, by having a QR code on your product, it can tell the tax authorities that you have paid your taxes on a particular item. So there are lots of ways where this can be used when you look at this in terms of regulatory compliance. This technology is quite simple to use. It's on your phone, as we've seen today. Okay, and it helps you to load your product. If I'm the producer, I can put this image of my product on my website. I can load it onto my phone, my smartphone, and my customers can also read from that. I can manage the landing page as well, refreshing it periodically with whatever information I want my customers to have. Okay, so this is how you would go about, using it in terms of how you engage with your customers pre or post purchase engagement. Okay, I need to skip some sheets as well so that I can make time for you. Client service portal. So what you will get by using ePAK Connect, on the left side of the screen, you will see that this particular product has been scanned 899 times. You have that data. How many customers have scanned your product? The chart down here shows what time in a week, what day in a week your product has been scanned. And you can see that lots of people buy this product on Thursday. And then come Sunday, they don't buy it that much. That chart there is very clear. So you as the user or the producer will have this on your dashboard, and it tells you where your product is trending, how it's being sold, who's buying it. Okay, and as the editor of the landing page as well, you can make changes in terms of how you communicate about your product to the customers. Okay, and this is 24/7. You can change anything that you want to communicate with your customers about. Okay, so again, here you see with this we can link it to the social media and verify your product. I have some samples here, and I'd like to share it for you all to scan the QR code and see what it does for this particular customer. Okay, so you scan this, you will see that it goes to their Instagram page. Okay, and that's fantastic. That's a real-time demonstration of what this package can do for you. No, I have more samples. I can give them out. So, sure. I have some products there. I'll share them. Yeah. So scan it and pass it on. Just scan it and pass it on. Just scan the QR code and pass it on. Yeah. It takes you to the Instagram page of this product. Right? Just scan it and pass it on. Yeah. So now I'm going to go through some case studies. Okay. Just 2 case studies here. So we had a situation, this is serialization case study, where somebody needs a certificate of analysis, okay, for a particular strain of product that they're producing. They're producing it from 10 greenhouses, and they're producing 5 strains per year, which meant that they need to give COAs of 250 products per year. Now that's very complex, that's very difficult, and the FDA will tell you that they need to be able to trace that strain for the product. If you wanted to export it, you need to provide a certificate of compliance. With the smart packaging, you're able to provide that data to your consumers. Now this case is about a project we did with the Swiss FDA. Okay, so somebody was growing cannabis, and the strains of cannabis that they're growing in Switzerland, since it's been legalized now, they're finding ways to make sure that the strains are not adulterated. So we worked with them, with a company called Pure and the Swiss FDA, to label and provide the right track and trace mechanism and also the certificate of compliance for the different strains of cannabis that this company is producing. And because of that level of authentication, this company is able to sell its products in the whole of Europe. So this is the first recreational THC cannabis pilot project that we did. And if you know the Swiss, they're very particular. Now, in addition, okay, what it does on a these are different strains and how it goes about. And what it also does, okay, if you look on this, that's the cannabis there that they're trying to sell, okay, and that's the cannabis farm that they are propagating, okay. Oops. Now, on here, the various supermarkets, the Co-op, the Migros, the Spar, and each time an individual goes to buy cannabis in a supermarket, okay, that QR code then tags onto your credit card. Okay, so your credit card and the cannabis that you're buying, it's all labeled, and the federal government knows who's taking cannabis in excess in their bedroom, right? So that's the Swiss for you. And that's a benefit from a regulatory perspective of having this type of product, yeah? Okay, so the other case study is on marketing. Right, so you see now this particular cannabis is being sold all over all over Europe, right? The last case that I want to share with you, it's your ability to actually tell your story. Okay, we have another case where a coffee house in Tanzania was selling coffee in the U.S. in order to help protect women, abused women. So by putting a story on their website, by linking that QR code to the website, people became more, what's the word I'm looking for? Empathy. They were able to understand how, they can also contribute to saving these women. So by telling that story with the QR code and the social media side, this company was able to raise a lot of money and to build a safe house for people in Kenya to use. So there are real benefits, practical benefits of this serialization. So just to recap, at EPAC, we give you the EPAC Connect for free, the basic one. And then we will share also with you, if you wanted more data, okay, through discussions, we will give you EPAC Connect Plus. And then if you want the EPAC Connect Premium, that's an enterprise software, that's also available. As I said at the beginning, I have some handouts, and I'll share them. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you. Thank you very much, Ahmed.
Fantastic, Victor. Thank you so much for that enlightening and insightful one. Thank you so much. When you were saying cannabis, I was like, this is Nigeria. It's not legalized, though. Don't try it. Try it on your own. NAFDAC is here, so thank you so much for that. Smart technology, smart packaging. At least that is what he said. The government is able to trace through the packaging from the manufacturer who takes what at what time and the volume of what he or she takes. I think it's one that we need to emulate here as well. And it will help not just the manufacturing industry, but in fact the entire Nigeria or even the West Africa a safer and a better place. So quickly, let's hear or take a look at innovation, injection molding, the future of manufacturing. No other person than Frank Scholes of Engel. His first name is my surname. I wonder how that happens, but well, that's the world for you. We go round and round. I'll just cut the introduction and let him just do eat himself and give us his presentation. For the next, I think I'll give you the same time that I give to Victor.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. So, since we have learned we have to speed up, I will try my very best to shorten my presentation a little bit. The good thing is we have a booth here at the PROPAK, so you can visit us if you have further questions. you are more than welcome. My team and I would like to answer all the questions that might raise, that you might have. And since I have only 20 minutes, I'm speeding up. So, please allow me a few words about Engel. Engel is a family-owned company running in the 4th generation, founded in 1945, exactly after the Second World War. Nowadays, Engel is generating 1.7 billion euro turnover, and this only with producing machinery for converting plastic and robots for that. Saying this is actually not 100% true, we see later on, because now we are slightly moved also in the direction of software, because my presentation is about future in manufacturing, and we are believing future with only having machines is not possible any longer. So Engel consists of about 7,400 employees worldwide. And to keep it short, we have 9 production facilities. We are a European-based company, so most of our production facilities are in Austria. It's a small country in Europe, not to interchange with Australia. Very often happened. We have mountains, no kangaroos. And there are 3 factories there and 2 more in Europe. We have 2 factories in China and 1 in US. Anyway, let's go ahead. What you see here, what you have seen here, is the industries we are in. We are in packaging, that we are together today. We are in automotive. We are in telectronics, as well as in medical. Our biggest source of revenue is the automotive industry, but followed by telectronics and technical molding, packaging and medical. So what you see here is our scope of supply. We are doing, as I said, injection molding machines converting plastic. We are not manufacturing directly plastic packaging, but we are producing the equipment to do so. We are doing complete systems for converters to enable them doing packaging solutions. So we are acting like a consultant in that, delivering turnkey solutions, what we have done also to Nigeria. And of course, you need services. We are doing our own plasticizing components, so we're having quite a high production depth if you look and compare to other machine manufacturers of our area. I would like to briefly also introduce our partner. You will see the booth just at the main entrance. It's Neophytons. They have about 30 years of experience in plastic technology. They are not only our agent in Nigeria, but also in a part of Europe, eastern part of Europe, the Balkan area. And because without a strong partner, you can do nothing. So it's very important for us to having strong partners at site. Close to you, the proximity to our customers is for us very important. Okay, skipping, because of these you can learn when you're visiting us at our booth. So what you can expect in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes is I will talk about future plastic packaging manufacturing, or at least talking about future is always complicated, yeah, because none of us knows the future. So what we are trying to do is we try to shape the future together with our customers, with the products we are offering to the market. And let me start with something all of you know, all of you use, and what have been created out of it, because this was really an innovation. If you look to the picture, you see just things you use that are in daily use. Yeah? And there was a guy called Steve Jobs, and in 2007 he turned it to a phone. All you see on the left-hand side you find now on the right-hand side in this smartphone. And this was a real innovation, because nowadays almost everybody is using a smartphone. Coming back to injection molding, it's not so easy to just generate such big steps, combine a lot of things. But what we are doing and what we are in the middle of is in an industrial revolution. So it's called 4.0. It started with manual production, go all the way through to digitalized production, means fully automatic production. And now in the industry 4.0, it's connected. Smart data, big data, and what does it mean for us as a machine producer? So we have divided this into 3 different areas called smart machines, making the machine smarter to help you to generate, as I wrote in the very beginning, better quality, higher output, less stress to your people that are running the machines. Smart services is enable you as a producer, as a user of our equipment, maybe even to predict when a machine is having a problem. So we are going from preventive maintenance even to predictive maintenance, that a machine gives you an alarm before it stops. This is a vision, and we have already some products that are able to do so. Yeah, for example, vibration sensors that give you a hint when a motor is close to being damaged, and if you change the bearing before it's completely damaged, the motor is not being damaged. If you wait too long, motor is scrap. Yeah, you can throw it away. And smart production. Smart production means we are having software tools to enable you to organize the production on the whole value stream, from purchasing the material to really scheduling your production and shipping the parts out. This is in smart production. Today, I would like to concentrate on the smart machine, and just to give you some examples, I will skip through because I've picked one out, what I have planned to explain a little bit more in detail. But since we are running out of time, please come to our booth and we can explain all of them to you. So you see here what we have. It's IQ weight control that is controlling your shot weight consistency on the machine. You can set certain parameters of a tolerance and the program will take care on the rest. IQ flow control, it's a management of cooling water. IQ clamp control, as the name said, it controls the lowest possible clamp to get good products out. Why lowest possible clamp? If you go higher, you consume more energy, and you put also stress to your mold and in the end also to the machine. IQ melt control, it's a smart program taking care on the melt quality. Even if your resin have some patches and you have fluctuation in there, it will take care on that. I will show later on a study case where we have combined also 2 different production methods to one, and we need some of these products to even be able to generate a product out of what we are trying to convert. And last not least, IQ process observer. This is a big data thing. You see over weeks whether your process is constant or you have a drift because of the mold is wearing, the machine is wearing. You see this on the observer. So these are all products that are part of our smart machine. And as I said before, smart services is react, prevent, predict. So with some of our analysis tools, we are able to really predict when before a machine is breaking down and stopping. Again, this is out of this portfolio. but I would like to come, and this is Smart Factory, but I skip that. As I said, if you are interested in that, you can come and see us. There I'm explaining, or I've planned to explain a little bit the IQ weight control in detail. Just, I go to the last slide for you to see the result. Yeah. If you have problems in viscosity with your raw material, normally you see on the shot-to-shot consistency that you have drifts. Yeah, the part weight is going down if the viscosity is going up, and vice versa. So it can create short shots or overmoldings. In the end, rejects. How you can prevent? If you have a system like this, the machine reacts in the shot. So not the next shot, then it controls the injection phase and reacts inside the shot to compensate the problem. So this would be the graph, how it looks if you don't have active weight control, and the upper graph is if you have activated it. But as I said, I would like to go further to show an example that combines different things, also what we have heard in the opening speech today. Because plastic is being seen, in particular plastic waste is seen as having no value. Of course, it has a value. And the value is, it's again a raw material. Yeah? You just have to collect it, what is not so easy, to be honest. Yeah? In PET it works very well. On other plastics, the value stream is not so easy to get under control, but it's possible. And as soon as people accepting the fact that plastic is no garbage but value, it will change. And what we have done with a new development, we have designed a machine that can convert plastic post-consumer waste into new products. This is being done with a special plasticizing. I will come later on to it. But if you look to these value streams, it's pre-consumer waste. It's easy because it's done in the industry. You have whatever material you convert, you have only this material. You can feed it easily back to the value stream. Post-industrial waste, it's also easy because if you see this big pellet, you grind it, you can use it. It's 100% the material the pellet is. It's HT polyethylene, so it's quite easy to convert this back again. The problem is post-consumer because you have to collect it and you have to separate it so that you can get a material quality that have less than 5% of contamination of other plastics, for example, HT polyethylene. Can be done. We have also recycling people here on the show that are offering different methods to do so. If you look now to the recycled plastic, first you regrind it, then normally if you want to machine it on a standard extruder or on a standard injection molding machine to get parts out, you have to regranulate it, and then you are regrind it, so you granulate it. This is a lot of energy is involved because you need an extruder to get to the regrind. What we have introduced now to the industry, first shown at K-Show last year, is a so-called two-stage machine that is able to run directly regrinded material. And that machine has a couple of specialities that I would like to go through. Yeah. So two-stage, because you had one stage that is taking care. 3 minutes? Okay. One stage taking care on the melt, and the second stage is taking care on the injection. But you have waste. So means waste, you have dirt inside. So it needs to be filtered. So we have a filtration in there, and again, also waste mean There might be rest of food, rest of oil, whatever there. That would create gas when you melt it. So we have a degassing also on this machine to get material that you can convert without having problems with smell. And if you look to this picture, and this shows where we need our smart machine features to make it possible to really convert materials like this. So our IQ melt control is taking care on the melt, that all the time the same material amount is being melted. And the IQ weight control is taking care on the injection process, that all the time the same amount of plastic is being injected, even if the viscosity changes, the viscosity of the material changes. And of course, material like this, you never have the same viscosity. Even if you mix different batches, it's not possible. And therefore, this is a must to be flexible in production without changing all the time when you use a new octabin of material, the parameters of the machine. The machine will do it itself. And what you have with this is, of course, as I already said, degassing, less smell. And there is an atmospherical degassing. So, like the name said, you don't have a vacuum there. You get about 43% less smell. And we have a degassing with vacuum. Then you get more than 55, so 56% or up to 56% less smell in the product. And in the end, also, with a vacuum degassing, the moisture gets out of the plastic and the quality of the parts is getting better. Since time is over, these are products you can manufacture out of these materials. So small and big bins, pallets, trays, crates, food crates. And if you have questions, you are more than welcome to visit us at our booth. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you, Frank, for that presentation. That was so Engel. Frank, you can just help. The name of the company? So if you have any question, you need any confirmation, you need clarity, please just go downstairs to, the exhibition, where the exhibition stands are at, and he'll be able to attend to you. Also, you can ask for his card, so you can give them to you. Solid presentation he made there. Two things jumped out at me. He said we are moving, all the future is taking us from preventive maintenance to predictive maintenance. That's a huge difference. And the plastic waste you see all around here, it has value, meaning it is now a raw material. We're going to move forward with this conversation, and for the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to be taking a cursory look at how smart packaging can be influenced in the pharmaceutical industry. And so the focus specifically is on smart pharmaceutical packaging, ensuring medication safety and compliance in the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. To do justice to that for us, hopefully in the next 15 minutes, is no other person than one who was here last year and is still here again today, Dr. Stephen Olugbenga Aina. And he is from NAFDAC, specifically the Deputy Director with the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. The regulator is going to be speaking now, so you better listen. Because if the regulator say don't go, no matter how beautiful your package is in, will you go? Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very kindly, Mercy. My president, Mr. Ahmad, ladies and gentlemen, I'm transported with delight to be here again this morning. I was here last year, so back to back, I'm here again. This time around, I'll be speaking on how smart, pharmaceutical, smart and intelligent, actually, pharmaceutical packaging is really helping the medication and the healthcare sector. So particularly, I had to tweak the topic a little bit so that I can put emphasis and focus on the main thing. So it's enhancing medication safety and compliance, the role of smart pharmaceutical packaging in the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. And we all know that technology is actually revolutionizing the way we live. It's actually disrupting everything. It's disrupting everything you can think about, right down to even the pharmaceutical sector. And the world is talking about everything is about smart. You have smart homes, smart cars, smart this, smart that. So the world is really going digital. And we are excited at the regulatory for what is happening, because when you talk about smart and intelligent pharmaceutical packaging, it's music to my ears as a regulator, because it's actually helping my work to become very light and easy. So somebody say future is here. I can't hear you. Say the future is here. Back in the days when we used to buy, you go to the store, you buy a pharmaceutical product, you probably need to strain to even look at the expiry date and all that. You need to strain your eyes to look at some because of the tiny packages. But that is now a thing of the past. With your QR code, you don't even need to strain yourself. Your phone will actually do that work for you. As a regulator, I can tell you several times if I have to vet pharmaceutical products for approvals, we need to even have what is called a magnifying lens. Yes, you need to put because the packages are actually, some are so miniature that you actually need to put to be able to get even the facts that you need. So we need to use magnifying lens. But with the advent of technology, that is now a thing of the past. With my phone, I can access everything. The historicity of the product can actually be displayed. I can even tell you, it has even gone to the point where if I put it in a layman's language, right from the day the product was born, that is from the manufacturing, down to today. So the entire journey in the supply chain, the entire journey where it went from which country to which country, if it was tampered with, somebody had tried to play smart along the line, the product is able to tell me, like Oga said, is able to tell me that, yes, somebody has tried to tamper with me and I'm no longer fit for consumption. So it puts power in the hands of the consumer. So technology is really moving fast. Next slide. And this gentleman, actually, the man that was voted the greatest man in the 21st century, Albert Einstein, I think he saw this so many years ago, about 100 years back, and he saw that technology was going to revolutionize our lives, so much so that he gave a code. And I fear the day that technology will surpass human interaction, because then we'll have a generation of idiots. I saw a video sometime last week, and everybody, the whole entire family, the family was good. The mother, the children were on phones. The father was on this. The mother was there. Everybody was doing their own thing. There was no interaction even among the family, and that's the way the world is going. Even in the same house, people are no longer talking to each other because everybody is on one device or the other, and we're just, technology is now even just directing and managing our lives. Next slide. So welcome to the presentation of enhancing medication safety and compliance. In this session, I will try to explore the crucial role of pharmaceutical packaging in the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector. Next slide. So this is to discover how innovative packaging is helping us. What are pharmaceutical packaging? They are smart pharmaceutical packaging is a term that refers to the use of advanced technologies and materials to design and produce pharmaceutical packaging solutions. The use of sensors, the use of ICs, the use of everything. It's not coming together. Even AI is doing its own place there, artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things, is also working there, so that you can even connect even your drug into IoT, is able to speak to you, is able to interact with you, and it's no longer that dumb thing. Just put in your hand, and at times you are just take it. But now you're able to speak even with your drug and test you this thing. As a busy executive, at times you might even be in some boardroom that takes your whole day, and you need to take a medication in the afternoon. So you have your drug reminding you, raising flash on your phone and telling you you have not taken me this, you have not taken your afternoon dose. That's how sophisticated it has become. Somebody said the future is here. Next slide. Objectives of smart pharmaceutical packaging. Yes, it's packaging to ensure the safety, quality, efficacy, and compliance of the medication, as well as to provide, this is the area, yes, before we used to talk about safety, quality, and efficacy, but it has gone further now because we're now talking about the convenience, information, and communication. That's the word, communication to the patient. So your drug is able to communicate, is able to interact, it is able to tell you what it's about, what are the active ingredients that is used to make up, it will tell you what has made me up, the active ingredients, the excipients, and all these things. So that if you're allergic or and it's also not just in pharmaceutical, it also goes to even food. So if you are buying a food and you're allergic, maybe you're lactose resistant, maybe to milk or something, the product is able to tell you that, yes, this is not good for somebody who's lactose. It's able to tell you it's allergy and all that. So this is a big breakthrough, and it's innovative technology. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, stopped. Next slide, please. So, oh wow. Yes, enhancing medication compliance. So, poor medication compliance is a significant issue in healthcare. Smart packaging solution provides features such as electronic reminders, which is what I've spoken about, dose tracking, and patient management tools to improve adherence. By empowering patients and healthcare professionals, these technologies will greatly enhance medication compliance. So in any way you want to look at it, it's a win-win for both the consumer, both for the healthcare providers, and even to us in the regulatory space. So everybody is happy and everybody likes what is going on. Next slide. Smart pharmaceutical packaging technologies. Various smart technologies are available to enhance medication. Many speakers before me have spoken about it elaborately. They include RFID tags, your radio frequency tags, NFC-enabled labels, near field. NFC is near field communication enabled labels that you can just sync with your phone and you can get all the information. QR codes and integrated sensors. So those are the things. These technologies enable seamless tracking, authentication, and monitoring of medications throughout the supply chain and patient journey. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits? So I'm going to now zero in and also wrap up on three major areas. There are three major stakeholders in the space. One is the patient, which is the king. The patient himself, that's the consumer, which is the main focus. That's why all of us are gathered together to make sure that the patient actually gets value for money. So I'll look at the benefits for the patient. I'll look at the benefits for the healthcare provider. That's the pharmaceuticals, the doctors, and all that. And also the benefit for the regulators. So in terms of benefit for patients, by improving the patient's compliance and adherence to the medication therapy, the risk of medication errors, adverse effects, and hospitalization is reduced, because when they take the right medication in the right dosage and all that, it reduces errors. There are a lot of fatalities. People have suffered, there are a lot of fatalities that we have experienced as a result of wrong medications. People using some, even self-diagnosing. And you know, in this part of the world, there's a lot of self-diagnosis. People just walk into the pharmacy and just pick up a drug. Some even POM, people just go and buy POM. Not even OTC on their own. They just go there just because somebody told you this will work for this. You just go and buy, no, this thing. And so all those things are not right. Enhancing the protection and preservation of the medication from environmental factors, tampering, counterfeiting, and diversion. So, of course, smart packaging helps you to ensure the authenticity of that product. It helps against counterfeiting. Once it's counterfeited, it tells you, like you have said, cold chain products. Once you break the cold chain, the product is no longer fit for use and supposed to be discarded. So, but people still refreeze and still use. So once that happens, the product itself is the one that will raise the flag and tell you that I'm no longer fit. So it's a massive advantage. Benefit for healthcare providers. Next slide. Benefit for healthcare. Smart pharmaceutical packaging brings various benefits. It enables efficient inventory management. Inventory management reduces medication errors and improves workflow. Real-time data for smart packaging system also assists in drug recalls. Yes, especially for the regulator. We are always interested when there is a problem, when there's a drug needs to be recalled. It makes it very easy for us to recall because we have a data on everything that has gone out, and we can even tell you the location and time and place where the product is at times to even the last second. So it's really good for us for traceability. Next slide. So that's and then for regulators, that's the NAFDACs of this world, the pharmaceuticals and all that. Anti-counterfeiting, of course, this is music to our ears, like I said, especially in this part of the world where, counterfeiting is a very, very big problem. This will really help us to reduce it, because what that is doing is that the industry is self-regulating itself. We are not entirely relying on NAFDAC or the public now or the government or the authorities to do. It's now telling you what is wrong. So it helps counterfeiting. Traceability, track and trace, very, very important. Makes it very easy. It enhances compliance. Yes, compliance now increases. So because when people know they can no longer fake or counterfeit products, they now have to comply to the right thing. And so compliance increases, and it's better for the entire society. It brings better health outcomes. It leads to optimization of regulatory resources, such as fantastic. For the regulator, I don't need to go to, I just say I want to go to Dumota market and raid. Or I want to go to Onisha market and raid. I may not need to do all that because by that time, I'm now optimizing my resources because I now know that, in this market, we have good products here. So I don't need to waste man hours. I don't need to waste resources to just go on enforcement activities, especially. It reduces enforcement activities. This one thing I'm sure most people don't want to hear, enforcement. Enforcement activities. It helps because when there's compliance, enforcement is inversely related. When there's compliance, high compliance, enforcement reduces. When there's no compliance, enforcement increases. So it helps us. We don't need to deploy. Because when you go out for all these enforcement activities, it's quite huge. You need to have policemen. You need to have armed security men back you up. There's an entire team of people to go and raid a place like Idumota Market. You don't just go and say, and wear your suit. I can't go like this and say I want to go and raid in Idumota Market. They will mob me. I will have a mob action. So I need to go with a team of police and all that. And risk-based regulatory activities. Yes, the whole world is talking about risk-based approach. Risk-based is you now put your operations in areas where you have the highest risk, and areas where they are low risk, you don't need to waste your energy and time. So it leads to risk-based operations. So finally, I think I'm almost running up. Next slide. I'm still within time, Messi. Don't flash me. All right, no, I'm just joking. Safeguarding public health is our collective responsibility, and I think the reason why we're all in this room with this conversation is about safeguarding public health. It starts with the packaging itself. No matter what the content is, once the packaging is defective, once you don't have a good packaging, you can never have a good product. Once the packaging is bad, no matter what you have in it, it will not be good. So let's not waste our time. So the last slide now, as I take about, conclusion. Smart pharmaceutical packaging plays a vital role in enhancing medication safety and compliance. By leveraging innovative technologies, you can revolutionize medication management, empower patients, and improve healthcare outcomes. Let's embrace these advancements to ensure a safer and more effective healthcare system. Last slide there. All right, so I'd like to end with Malcolm X. Malcolm X says that tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other way out apart from to move forward. And the moving forward is with technology. Thank you very much for listening. Big ups to everyone.
Let me hear you say the future is here. Thank you so much, Doctor. That's a fantastic one. Let's put our hands together for him again. If we leave Doctor here till 6 o'clock, we are not done with the conversation. And we have no option but to listen to them because whether we like it or not, they are a very important factor in everything that we do here today. More so if you're in a consumable, if I'll use that word, industry where people eat or consume drink, whatever it is what you do, you need to look at him, go and collect his number now, so that when they want to really do more, wherever you are, they will like, I know this babe, she was at that conference, let me walk away and go somewhere else. But I'm sure they have said it to disclaimer. If you don't do what you're supposed to do, even if they know you, you are a goner. Thank you so much for the conversation. So we ought to be hearing from the next big regulator in Nigeria, which is the Standards Organization of Nigeria. I have a teeth or two to grind with Standards Organization of Nigeria, but I'll leave that for a discussion we're going to have later. But on how graceful permission will be flipping, and we'll be talking about something else that's pretty important that's linked to what we had before about branding our packaging using augmented reality. But this time around, we'll be taking a look at designing smart packaging for enhanced consumer experience. Karen Pitcher, creative bubble design practitioner, will be joining us virtually all the way from South Africa. I mean, it's because of time we need to take a look at that now, and then we'll circle back to the conversation that the Standards Organization of Nigeria will be having with us. Just a quick introduction to her. Karen is a visual communication specialist with 2 decades of experience in design and packaging development. Of course, she also facilitates and does corporate training. She is the founder of Creative Bubble, a Johannesburg-based design agency, and she does all things psychology, has a degree, of course, a BA in psychology, sociology, and is currently working towards her MSc in psychology. When somebody's working towards having MSc in psychology, you know the person is really very serious. And I think it's about letting you understand how the way you brand your packaging influences the minds of your consumer to be able to pick that product, as it were. We know we have many quality products out there, but probably because of the packaging, a lot of people pass them by and go buy, something else. Maybe that's why Ijebu Gari still sells till tomorrow, because no packaging there yet. Even me, I drink Ijebu Gari. So we probably need to find the founder or the first person who actually made Ijebu Gari to ask the person, Oga, what's going on? Can you please tell us the secret? So do we have Karen? We have Karen. She should be joining us online in a bit. So give me a thumbs up when we get her so we can continue with the conversation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Fantastic, Karen. We can hear you. We just need to see your face on the screen, and then we're good to go.
Okay, is my camera on?
Well, it should be on at the back end, but just go ahead and start your conversation, and then we, the audience, are going to get to see. Fantastic. You look absolutely beautiful. Great to see you, Karen.
Okay, so I'm just going to get my screen sharing going. Okay, let's hope this works. Always worry a bit about technology. Okay. And just let me know if you can see my screen.
All right. Karen, we are yet to see your screen. I want to believe you have started your screen sharing from that end. Probably it's from our end. Yeah, so while they're trying to get that fixed quickly, oh yeah, okay. we actually got it. We got it. Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, hi everyone. Sorry for the technology glitch here. So I am Karen Pitcher. I am a graphic designer, packaging designer, and been in the industry for about 20 years. So I'm going to be chatting a bit about just designing smart packaging for enhanced consumer experience. But it's a general overview. So there might be some kind of overlaps from what some of the other speakers have already discussed. And there may be some, speakers that are coming up that might overlap with what I'm going to chat about. But basically just a general overview from the point of view of a designer, but also as a consumer. Being a consumer myself, there are certain aspects of smart packaging that I find very interesting for me, when I buy products and when I look at them. So basically, we know packaging. Packaging needs to contain, it needs to protect, and it needs to preserve. And of course, part of what I do is making it visually appealing so that it enhances brand visibility and differentiation. So when it comes to smart packaging, what it is it's really incorporating added functionality or technology that moves packaging beyond or extends it from its original functional uses, which is obviously to contain, protect, preserve, and to sell the product. So smart packaging can be divided up into kind of 3 sections. Now, some people might say there's 2 sections, some might say 3, but from my experience, there's really active packaging, there's intelligent packaging, and there is connected packaging. Now, these areas do overlap. So when we look at active packaging, now active packaging is really outside of my scope of practice. Active packaging is where you've got packaging that is going to interact with your product to enhance it, to preserve it. I'm sure many of you know the different approaches to active packaging, modified atmospheres, controlled atmosphere packaging, all of that. Then when we look at intelligent packaging, now intelligent packaging is any type of smart packaging that uses information and communication technologies, and that's going to monitor the condition of a product. And this can also include what we call the Internet of Things. Now, the Internet of Things, you'll hear this term from a few different speakers, but the Internet of Things refers to basically devices or, smart packaging that is connected in some way to perhaps the Internet, to other devices, and enhances its functionality, and also allows information, to be kind of transferred to whoever needs the information. Now, intelligent packaging would be to verify authenticity. It could be to track location, to monitor conditions of the product, and also to provide information to the consumer. Now, if we look at the third type, and the third type overlaps with intelligent packaging, but connected packaging. Now, packaging that consumers can interact with in order to learn more about the product. It could be to authenticate the product, so in other words, going back to intelligent packaging, or to provide another type of customer engagement. So connected packaging can be intelligent packaging, but it is being connected with the consumer past what is your physical packaging product. So connected packaging, you typically create it using things like QR codes or NFC tags. Okay, and this would require a smartphone or smart device from the consumer. So with the 3 types of packaging in mind, I'm going to give a very basic, quick overview of some non-connected packaging, because smart packaging doesn't have to be connected. Remember, smart packaging just really adds additional functionality to traditional packaging. So the first one I'd like to just quickly talk about is when we look at the colorimetric indicators. So I'm sure many of you have experienced these. I know you might know a lot about it. Some of you might even be suppliers of this. But I do want to mention this because the smart packaging is not just about being connected. It's about engaging with the consumer in a way that is convenient to them, and things like, having color indicators when it comes to moisture control, gas or vapor, electromagnetic radiation, temperature, pH. Product like this. Now, products that I'm mentioning, I'm not endorsing them. I'm just using them as an example. There are many other competitors to these products, but I'm just purely using them because they have good images as references. And with this particular one, this one looks at the ripeness of, let's say, pears, and then it will gauge the color, and the consumer will then be able to see whether it is firm, whether it is crisp, or whether it is juicy or soft. So it's convenient to the consumer. Okay, it's not connected in any way. It's purely just a visual addition that makes it a smart pack. Then we look at something like this, which are time or temperature indicators. Once again, this particular one that I'm showing is just one of many different ones you can get on the market, but this one itself is often used in industry and in supply. But I've used this as an example because this particular product actually used for e-commerce, retail, or home delivery. So when the consumer gets the product and this tag is on it, they're going to be able to see whether it is fresh or not. So it says, do not use when it is orange or red. So if you get a product that's red, then you know that somewhere along the line, the temperature's been compromised. Also, once again, this is not connected. It is purely just going to show a color indication. The next one I'd like to just show you, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, is the thermochromatic indicator. So this was actually a product that was launched throughout Africa, and I'm sure many of you experienced the product itself. But of course, this one had basically just had this that went blue when it was going to be cold enough to drink. So once again, not connected, but very convenient for the consumer. And what it did is it got people talking. So when it comes to smart packaging, we don't just want to introduce technology for the sake of it. We want it to be convenient to the consumer, entertaining, memorable. As a designer, I want all my clients to have packaging that is memorable to their consumers, because when something's memorable, it's going to be purchased again over competitors. So when it comes to this one, I mean, this is still on the market, and I think I still remember when this was launched. I mean, this was launched 10 years ago, so it made an impact for me. And one of the final ones that are not connected, I just wanted to mention, was this particular product. Now, I don't know if any of you have experience with this particular brand, but I found this really interesting because this is a tactile indicator. So, once again, not connected, but it is temperature sensitive, and it uses a plant-based gel technology. And what happens is, when you've got a smooth lid, then everything's fine. As soon as the bumps start to feel, so in other words, when the consumer puts their hand over it and they feel that bump, they potentially know that the product is past its actual expiry. Whether the expiry date says it's expired or not, or if they feel the bumps, then they know it's potentially going to be compromised, and the quality is not going to be as great, or maybe it's perished completely. So I just want to mention a few of these because I found them really interesting. And as much as we live in a connected world, and I'm going to chat about QR codes and I'm going to chat about the NFCs, but I just wanted to mention this because as much as we're going into technology and smart packaging and technology, I just want to bring us back to traditional methods that are still convenient and still have a place. But having said that, I'd like to move on to the connected. So the connected is going to be your NFC tags or your QR codes. Okay? So you go, well, which one do I use? If you want to use one at all, of course. So when it comes to the two, so you've got a bit of a different technology here. They're both connected. They're both very specific in the way that they work, but there's a lot of crossover in terms of what they can do. So many of you might have experienced the NFC tags, or some of you might be using QR codes. I use quite a lot of QR codes in my packaging with my clients. So I find that the QR codes are very accessible to people. They're very cost effective. I myself as a designer do work with a lot of startup companies. So startup companies don't necessarily have a huge budget. They don't, have a lot of resources. So I find a QR code, if anything, is a great starting point for a smaller brand that has an item that they'd like to kind of add a bit of connectedness to it. So talking a little bit about NFCs. Now, they're based on the RFIDs. It's contactless communication. The smartphone becomes the reader, and most smartphones are equipped with NFC technology. It doesn't require an app. It's generally, most of the new ones, I know all of the Apples are equipped with it automatically. The Samsung Galaxies are, and many of the other well-known smartphones have got this technology built in, and the consumer might not even know. So with NFCs, they've been used within the supply chain, they're actively used. But in terms of end use for consumer, there is a little bit of a gray area still, because the consumer might not necessarily know what to do. So there is a little bit of education required there. But having said that, it is an amazing form of technology to have connectedness between the consumer. And there's all sorts of benefits to using it, and it's just a little programmable tag. It does work with a specific format. Okay, so it works with the NDEF format. And it's ready. You can have absolute customer engagement. The big things with the NFC tag or with the QR code is that you want to make sure that on the other end of it that you have the content to back up what you're trying to do. So if you've got an NFC tag and you're going to connect to some user experience, you need to make sure that you've put thought into the user experience and you've developed it. And to see if it really is going to be, beneficial to the brand in the long run. But with this one, you just have to have an NFC-enabled phone. You tap whatever it is that you have. You need to tell the consumer they need to tap. They would need to be prompted. And then from there, you can really unleash a whole lot of experiences for the consumer. And, it depends on your brand and what it needs to achieve as to, exactly what this tag is going to do. It does actually come now with certification. So people who use the tags or supply the tags, I should say rather, they actually do have abilities to get it certified. And, things like safety and data transfer and things like that would need to be considered, and certification wouldn't be a bad option. Just some examples. So I'm not affiliated with any of these brands. I just found them to be very interesting because something like this particular product, the consumers were able to instantly launch unique digital experiences that communicated product details, taste profiles, brand messaging, and even the distillery information. Now, I know I've got quite a lot of alcohol examples here. The alcohol industry does tend to have quite a lot of this interactivity. I know perhaps it's because they have quite good budgets, but also it's a very competitive industry. So you will get industries that need to use this type of thing to get the competitive edge. Another one was Malibu, and they were so inside the top of the cap, there was a NFC tag, and then the consumer just tapped it and it would launch a competition and all sorts of experiences. So Adidas, with their running shoes, they did NFC tags in a running shoe range, and it was a tap and learn about the product campaign that they launched. So what it did is the consumer could really just go and tap the tag and get access to the full information about the product. Being a running shoe, there's very specific requirements from people who are professional athletes or just very interested in running. Specific type of shoe, what it's ideal for, all of that. That information was at the consumer's fingertip by just tapping at the shoe. If we look at the Heinz had a salad dressing that they launched, and they also used the NFC tag. And what this did was they basically said that in a sea of salad dressings on the shelf, what was going to make them stand out? And they had the NFC tag that was embedded. The consumer could tap it, and what that did was it brought up recipes and all sorts of things that the consumer could then use. So different type of things can be launched on the smartphone when you have an NFC-enabled tag. The tag needs to be obviously programmed, and that requires partnership with the NFC supplier. I just wanted to show behind the scenes. Now, this is just one of many companies that do this, but sometimes it's difficult, or sometimes you don't know what it's like behind the scenes. So you say, well, you have this tag, the phone taps it and something launches. What happens behind the scenes? So I've just included a screenshot of what behind the scenes software could look like. And this could be, this doesn't necessarily require a special company to do it. This is a brand owner that could do that, or somebody like myself who could work with the software and put together an experience which could be multimedia experiences, it could be competitions, it could be surveys, it could be whatever it is that the brand needs from this experience. And this is just one of the companies that produces the software. So I thought this was a bit, kind of interesting to show, because many people don't see behind the scenes what it could look like. The next thing is the QR code. Okay, so the NFC tag is a programmable little thing that you could put in, and it requires a phone that has the technology installed. It doesn't require a particular app, it just needs to be installed on the phone. And the QR code is slightly different. Now, when it comes to deciding on a connected technology to use for your packaging, are you going to go NFC or are you going to go QR code? Now, it's completely up to budget, it's completely up to functionality. So doing research is absolutely key for a brand owner, and somebody like myself or somebody in packaging design will be able to sit down with the clients and do a bit of an audit on what it is that needs to be achieved by extending the packaging into being connected. So a QR code, very, very simple series of dots. Okay, and this is basically, it's like clicking a website link in kind of the simplest terms. It does require an app on the phone. But as far as I'm aware, the consumer, globally, consumers are a little bit more aware of what a QR code does and how to work with it than an NFC tag. I stand under correction here, but this is, my impression. So a QR code, basic one, can be created and used for free. So if you've got a website, if you're a brand and you have a website, the QR code can be the link to your website, and that immediately extends the information. So if you create the QR code, you can put it strategically on your pack, and what that can do is it can launch a page on a website or a particular section that can bring up nutritional information. It can connect the product to the e-commerce page where the product can be repurchased. It can launch video content and also social media links. Now, the NFC tag can do all of these too. It's a little bit more. But the QR code is a little bit more accessible and easier to create. And it really just depends on what you need it for.
Karen, I beg to interrupt at this point, if you can hear me. Karen?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much for that. We want to plead with you to please just help summarize, because we've run over 20 minutes that we're supposed to spend with you, ma'am, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm almost done. Okay, so the last ones I wanted to show you were just a little bit of inspiration when it came to the QR codes. Okay, so we've got all different brands that use QR codes for various reasons. You could bring up recipes, you could bring up surveys, all sorts of things. The QR code itself is very visual, whereas the NFC tag is hidden. So you know, it does integrate or need to be integrated into a design. But here's just a little bit of inspiration. The last one, just to mention, was augmented reality. And I know that this was already chatted about, but I did, because I'm talking about overall kind of smart packaging, I wanted to mention this because it takes it to the next level. So you can do product visualizations, and of course you can come up with games and all sorts of interesting things. I know it was Israel that spoke about this earlier, but I did just include a little bit of it because it needs to be included in terms of visual design. And finally, I just wanted to include some kind of interesting packaging that is just for fun. And one of the ones that I thought was quite interesting is that this is a programmable little LED light display, and it's got an app that can be downloaded on the phone. And what you do is you can type in a word, or there's a pre-programmed word, and it actually displays that. So it can be quite fun and lighthearted, but at the same time, the other side of it is that you can, as the brand owner, you can track what people are doing with it. You can track how it's been accessed. You can also do this with the QR and the NFC. So trackability is really important because you need to understand, obviously, how it's being used and how popular it is. So this was quite a nice one from Medea Vodka, and they teamed up with a company to do this. And the final one I'd like to show, and I do have a little bit of a video, so I'm not quite sure if the sound's going to play. But it was an initiative done by Sky Vodka. So I don't know if any of you have seen this, but I thought it was quite fun because it's really just kind of entertainment value for the consumer. It's not to kind of add any functionality. It just looked really cool. And what this did, so I don't think the video is going to play, unfortunately, but you can Google it. It might do something. Is basically what this did, and I did include a picture in case the video didn't play, because I know sometimes technology doesn't always behave itself. Okay, so in this case it's not, but I'll move over to the picture anyway. But what it did is these little bars actually moved to the sound of the music. And whatever music was playing, it would sync up with it, and it would actually move up and down. And that was a really, really great idea. So it's unfortunate I can't play the video, but I thought that was, it was really fun and interesting. And yeah, you know, I hope this has just been a very brief overview of the different types of smart packaging and the different types of consideration. I think the main thing is just that it doesn't have to be connected to be convenient or engaging to the consumer. But connectedness is the world we live in. So I think that's where brands tend to want to go. There is a space for non-connected, but I think there are some very, very amazing things that can be done. The main thing is just to remember that it has to be something not for the sake of it. It's got to be something that is really going to add value to the consumer, and it's something that needs to be tracked so that a brand can understand whether what they've implemented with their smart packaging is actually worthwhile and not, you know, a waste of their time or resources. So yeah, I hope that was entertaining, and for some of you, I hope that there was a little bit of knowledge that was learned there, and it was an absolute pleasure to be able to attend today. So thank you for that.
Let's put our hands together for Karen. Thank you so much. That connected with us. It was also entertaining, insightful as well. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. At least now we are seeing the aesthetic side of, you know, of our packaging. It's not just all about the mechanics. It's not just all about, you know, the technical part of it, the costing. We also need to make it very appealing to the consumer so that they can, of course, pick the package. And you see what technology and innovative means that they're using to get what they want. Absolutely interesting conversation right there from Karen. Fantastic one.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Karen. We hope you're joining us for the rest of the events there. For those of us who are not aware, Nigeria Packaging TV is where you can watch it live. I mean, I've been able to do that here for a while. While I stepped out, I was able to watch it live on YouTube. Just go to YouTube and search for Nigeria Packaging TV. And everything that is happening right here, you will see it clean, crystal, and clear. Audio and video. It's absolutely amazing quality that's there. So you want to try it out. For your friends who are unable to be here, your colleagues who are unable to be here, you want to send the link to them. Just share, send the link to them so they can be a part of what is happening here today. So let's circle back to the regulators that we should have had before now. Very important. This time around, we'll be taking a very good look at the regulatory frameworks and standards for smart packaging. I think this goes beyond just pharmaceuticals that the NAFDAC Deputy Director did mention this time around. It covers all things packaging. And Theresa Ojomo from the Standards Organization of Nigeria is going to be doing justice to that subject matter just before she comes up on stage. Just a bit of what she has done. Right here. Oh, somebody has chemistry. Interesting. BSc in chemistry. Those people that they love mathematics, they sleep in math and physics and the rest of them. She studied chemistry and obtained a master's degree in environmental chemistry at the University of Lagos. Now, she served as NYSC at the NYSC scheme at Ideal Flour Mills Limited, Kaduna, where she was retained as a permanent staff and worked as a laboratory supervisor and quality control manager till 2003. And in 2004, she moved to her present place of work, which is the Standards Organization of Nigeria, the Lagos office, as senior standards officer, and rose through the ranks to deputy director and is currently the group head, chemical technology. I know you should listen to this person. Somebody who studied chemistry, first of all, should listen to the person. And the person who has rose through the ranks from the very bottom of the rung of the ladder to please put your hands together for madam. Put your hands together for her as she goes to give her presentation. I want to plead. I need 2 strong men. All the men here are strong. So please help me move this thing forward. This podium forward. Yes. Volunteers. 2 volunteers. 2 volunteers. I got you 1. I got him 2. Thank you. I think he stood up. He stood up first. Thank you. Just help me move it forward a bit. Somewhere close to this point. So somebody can pass. Somewhere close to this point. I don't know if you've eaten Eban. I put this this week. Somewhere. This way. Move it back a bit, just a bit, just a bit. Fantastic, that's fine. Okay, you're oh my God, the coffee is working, thank you. All right, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, before you start, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. You know the drill, we don't have so much time, so if we can just, scrunch it into 10 minutes, we don't mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, the President. All protocols observed. Time is really moving, so we'll take it quickly. We'll be taking on regulatory framework and standards for smart packaging. Next slide, please. So I looked at what is packaging. We have some definitions, but a very simple definition here is that packaging is an art, a science, and technology of preparing goods for transport and sale. You use different containers, which I've explained there, label and inserts, which are film, wrappers, aluminum, paper, plastic, different materials to glass, etc. Either in single or a combination of this. When you put them in this, you are talking packaging. Next slide, please. So there are types of packaging. We have the pre-packaging. That is the packaging before you offer for sale to the customer. Then we have the primary packaging, where the product is in contact, direct contact with the packaging container. Then the secondary packaging, where that primary package is put into that secondary container, like, for example, cartons. Next slide. So packaging is a marketing tool. We've heard the various presenters, many of them earlier, talking about the customer, who is the foundation of any business. Satisfying customer needs is a paramount of the manufacturer or the business owner. So if you want to satisfy this customer or consumer, how do you present your product? You need packaging. So you must ensure whether the business is small or big, micro or small, target what is the consumer or the customer looking at, whereby you now put it up as a packaging product in a package. So the key function of packaging is that it provides the customer what they desire, presenting preservation, wholesomeness, protection, size ranges, reduced weight, etc. Next slide, please. Therefore, because this is hitting the customer directly, it needs to be monitored. The package needs to be monitored, it needs to be assessed, it needs to be tested, it needs to be verified, it needs to even be certified to ensure that the customer, his needs and requirements are met. So you don't just put anything and then put up a packaging and then call it a very beautiful name, whereas it is not what it is. So it needs to really be checked to ensure that the consumer needs is met. That is why the enforcement comes, the regulation comes, and we're talking about the regulatory framework. Next slide. Okay, we are here now. So go back, please. So we talked that packaging is an attention-getting device. Once you have a beautiful package, it catches your eye. It is until you have opened and seen the content before you know whether it really met the output that the package material is presenting. So packaging attracts consumers. Packaging engages. Packaging must be its own salesman. Hence, whatever is communicated to the consumer must be monitored, standardized, and regulated, as I said. Next slide, please. Packaging requirements means the standards, regulations, and codes of practices for packaging, labeling, warehousing, and other related instructions. As agreed. I put as agreed here because when these requirements are put together in a document, which we call standards, that standards is you and I that come together and put up those requirements. So the consumer, the manufacturer, the regulators come together, put up requirements, and call it a standard document. It is what we have agreed that it will be. It's put in the document, which we call standards. Next slide. Packaging, legal and regulatory issues. What are these issues? Packaging and labeling of products and services must conform to relevant government legislations and regulatory standards. So countries all over the world, states, regions, in which the product is manufactured, packaged, transported, sold, and exported or imported, all have their laws and regulations all over the world. Every country, every state have their laws. And these laws for the packaging now concerns the packaging design, the product labeling, the ingredients, nutritional information, product claims, barcodes, specific structural and material compliance, brand logo, trademark registration. All this, whether it is physical or you have to scan it through the barcode, these are all required in the regulatory framework. Next slide, please. So no packaging design should go to the market before a legal authority approves this final design, either the local, state, federal, or globally. The responsibility for compliance with the regulations lies with the person who places the packaging or packaging components on the market. He who has that responsibility to ensure compliance with the regulatory requirements. So the name, the mark, the trademark of the manufacturer, importer, or exporter. The regulations are enforced by local standards and regulations officers who check, verify, and request for documentation as proof that essential requirements to the extent of the heavy metal limits have been met. Next slide. So packaging labeling requirements. This is the labeling requirements. Every package must have the brand name, trademark, manufacturer's name and location, full address, product statement of identity. If it's detergent, you must put detergent on it. If it is bar soap, you must put bar soap on it. That's a product statement of identity. The lot or batch number. The net content is very important, particularly manufactured products that lose moisture or lose other fatty contents. If you declare 50 grams and you at manufacturing, you cut it at 50 grams, after a certain while, you lose moisture, lose certain things, and the weight will go low. So by the time regulators pick your product and it's weighing 46, you have violated the law. So when you are manufacturing and you know your product has these specific issues, you must increase that grammage or that net content in order to meet the consumer's requirement of what you have stated, declared on your packaging. Date of manufacture is very, very important, and the expiry date. Certification marks must be there. If that product is certified, if it is not certified, you dare not put that mark on that product. And registration number. Recommended storage conditions. Function of the product. What the product does. Instructions for use. Precautions and warning statements. List of ingredients when required. For example, there I talked of cosmetic products. Next slide. So I want to introduce to you, I know everybody here knows about the Standards Organization of Nigeria. This is the act establishing the Standards Organization of Nigeria. SON's mandate includes, amongst others, to elaborate the standards for the country. Every country all over the world have one standard body. And that standard body is in Nigerians, for Nigeria, is the Standards Organization of Nigeria. What do? They elaborate standards for all items, products, commodities, metrology, materials, structures, processes, services, among others. And then they ensure compliance with these approved standards. They establish quality assurance systems, including certification of factories, products, services, laboratories, and organizations. Next slide, please. They establish and maintain laboratories, advise government at all levels on matters relating to standardization, ensure that locally manufactured or imported products, including packaging and services, comply with the requirements of the standards through the Mandatory Conformity Assessment Program, which we call the MANCAP, and the Standards Organization of Nigeria Conformity Assessment Program, which we call the SONCAP certifications. SON is Nigeria's representative in national secretariats for international standardization bodies such as the ISO, International Organization for Standardization, the International Electrotechnical Commission, the International Telecommunication Union, the Codex Alimentarius, the African Regional Organization for Standardization, the African Regional Accreditation Commission, the African Electrochemical Standards Commission, and the ECOWAS standards. Next slide. So SON represents Nigeria in setting up standards to ensure there's free trade. We talked about AFTA. We ensure that standards are harmonized in West Africa, which we call the ECOWAS, and in Africa, which we call the ASO. So we take their standards and our own Nigerian standards requirements, harmonize them. We have a common standard so that there's free trade. You can move goods from Nigeria to Senegal, to Kenya, to anywhere with these harmonized standards. We also use the ISO arm to ensure that your system is certified to ISO so that you can also move your services internationally. Thank you. Next slide. So what are the arms of regulation from SON? We have the SONCAP I mentioned earlier and the MANCAP. Then we have the Nigerian Industrial Standards document. That's the standards. So before you start manufacturing, you must ensure you have purchased that standards to know the requirements on how to do your product, whatever product. Is it the chair? Is it the plastic? Is it the table cover? Every product, even this microphone I hold here, every product in Nigeria, we have the standards for it. You must pick the standard document, check the requirements, then you produce in line with the requirements of the standards. We have the ASO, that is the NIS ASO, where Nigeria has adopted the African standards. Then we also have the ECOWAS and the ECOSHAN. Next slide, please. These are the marks of quality and the logo that products must have on the package. We have the SunCap certified. We have the MANCAP with the MANCAP number, and then the Nigerian Quality Mark and the Nigerian Quality Award Mark. Next slide. Benefits. People say regulation is forcing and causing. No, regulation has benefits. What are the benefits? To promote a level playing field in the market for locally manufactured and imported products. To protect genuine manufacturers and importers from faking and counterfeiting. For certification and to provide assurance to products and guarantee value for money. To ensure effective control of non-compliant products in the markets. Ability to verify and authenticate products by consumers before purchase. Provide instant feedback to SUN regarding authenticity of products in the market. Increase productivity and employment creation that will lead to security improvement. Increase monitoring and control of some regulated products. Next slide, please. Products' contents are presented clearly and truthfully. It presents deception. Provide protection for contents under normal conditions, that is, from handling and distribution to retail and use. Ensures that the packaging is constructed with the materials that will not have an adverse effect on the product. Promote consideration of the environment. Support communication of the product content. Protect the consumer from false claims. Ensures identification and security. Prevents mishandling. Next slide. Enables first-time rights. Eliminates waste, saves time and cost. Facilitates value comparisons. Helps in controlling price. Eliminates, reduces noxious or hazardous substances in packaging, emissions, or as leachates from incineration or landfill. Provides economic options. It keeps prices down by facilitating ease of handling, warehousing, and distribution. Next slide. Smart packaging requires containment of the product to ensure integrity and safety, protection of the product from physical damage, convenience of use and ease of handling by users, compliance to legal and regulatory requirements, communication of information, environmentally acceptability and ease of disposal and or recycling, handling and ergonomics to ensure ease of removal, unit load, height restrictions, weight restrictions, carton disassembling, worker safety and protection of the product, the functions that the packaging must serve, the appearance, including the sale appeal, and the cost. These are all smart packaging presents. Next slide, please. Packaging and distribution of goods. I explained how it encourages and enhances distribution. Next slide, because of time. Next slide. I talk about general requirements for food packaging material, particularly for food. The food is very sensitive, so its own packaging requirements are more stringent. We talked about that the product sanity and its chemical composition must really be checked through mandatory test parameters, quality testing parameters too, and other requirements. The slide will be sent to your email. I think we have done some registration, so you have it. Next slide, please. want to move quickly. On the obstacles in packaging noted by producers and brand owners, they talk of sustainability concerns. So many changes, rising costs, increased need for compliance, increased competition, durability, innovation and differentiation, recognition, skills and training. These are the issues. Customer feedback and satisfaction, operational challenges, transportation and delivery costs, e-commerce. Because my time has been halved, I'm taking it quickly. We can all read this and have understanding. Next slide, please. So sustainability packaging, minimum packaging requirements are issues we look at. Packaging designs reviews, packaging reusability. Next slide. Packaging for recyclability, incorporation of recycled materials, compliance with regulatory requirements. Next slide. Challenges. With government norms, constantly evolving consumer trends, where consumers today, this is what they want, another time, this is what they want. So this causes challenge for manufacturers, and when they put up their packaging. We have seen from the previous speakers all these issues presenting. Then we also have the government policy changes. They will make this policy, and then after a while, due to some other parameters, these policies are changed. So all this brings challenges that meet packaging requirements. From the sun, we have new standards. When a new standard comes out or the standard has been reviewed, so what you already knew that you are complying to, when the standard is reviewed, new things are added, and then harmonized standards and regulations. Technology innovation, these are the challenges. Next slide. How to contact SON. This is our, we have SON in many offices, 36 states in the Federation. We have 42 offices and our various numbers. Next slide. Thank you all for listening. Please ask your questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was an insightful one. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. She makes her way to her seat. Thank you so much for that. Now you have heard, you have seen all the requirements, everything you need to have on your packaging. If you go ahead and recreate or make your packaging so beautiful without adhering to the standards, you are on your... Thank you very much. So quickly, since we are running, I think we're beginning to meet up with time. We want to take a look at no, that's not it. We want to take a look at demystifying, making it simple for every one of us to understand. Demystifying the Internet of Things, what you hear, IoT everywhere. We are demystifying it and its role in smart packaging. For those of you who never knew that there could be some interconnectedness between IoT and smart packaging, well, I'm here to disappoint you, because we'll be having somebody who really understands the matter to give it to us the way it is. Who will be taking us on this particular segment? No other person than Raymond O.C. Now, Raymond is a digital technology business leader and ICT professional with 2 decades of experience in ICT telecommunications industry and all those grammar that comes with technology. God knows I'm going to have a headache if I keep reading it. He is constantly involved in influencing and development of the information economy to improve the quality of life of end users by providing leading-edge technology solutions across IoT and 5G technology verticals. If you ask me if I understood what I just read, I'll tell you I don't. But it's okay. That's why he's here to demystify it. All these big grammars we just finished, you know. And guess what? I saw 5G somewhere around, and that's the brand they represent. If I call it now, they've not paid me money, so I can't call it out. Victor, if you want me to call out your brand, you guys know what to do. Contact me in private, and you know what I'm saying. So Victor, let's put our hands together for him as he makes us understand how we can leverage on IoT to bring about smart packaging. Let's put our hands together for the IT man. He looks like IoT. Thank you. Victor, I want to beg you, can you do this in 10 minutes? It's possible. Thank you. I think your mic is there. Let's encourage him. Thank you.
Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. A lot has been said about packaging and smart packaging today. So I just want to take us through the Internet of Things technology, how we bring everything together. A lot has been said about the different technology trends that are driving smart packaging, but Internet of Things is one of the major drivers that brings all those technologies together and ensures that you have connectivity, not just from your packaging, but down to your back end, to your support systems, even in the office. So I'll just take this. Okay, just some facts about the global packaging market. It's a $1 trillion market. It's constantly growing, and it's expected to grow by average of plus 4% by 2026. And as you can see, plastic accounts for almost 40% of packaging that we have today. And in the industry, there's a lot of adoption of sustainability. Eco-friendly packaging is something that's beginning to feature a lot, as we've seen in subsequent presentations, but this just gives you a background on the industry. Okay, so we'll look at the key drivers that are impacting the packaging industry. Like I said, I know several speakers have spoken into this, but I'll just go through it quickly, since I've been given just 10 minutes by Madam here. Okay, so we look at the key drivers like the growth of e-commerce. With the growth of e-commerce, you expect more and more packaging. There's a lot of deliveries going on, so there's going to be need for disposable packaging for consumer packaged goods. Also, another key driver is the rapidly changing consumer and customer preferences. You know, customers are looking for more personalized and customized experiences, so the packaging industry needs to be adaptable to meet those demands. Okay, another key driver is the margin compression in the FMCG sector and retail margins as well. You know, with inflation, with the advent of inflation, this is something that we're seeing more and more. So most of our solutions need to be really cost effective. Another key driver for the packaging industry, which I'm sure we've heard repeated here severally, is the increasing pressure on sustainability. Most packaging practitioners want to commit to sustainability. They want to look at their carbon footprint and ensure that they have as much compliance to ESG policies as much as possible. And then the last key driver that we're looking at now, which we're talking about, is the digitization and IoT. One of the speakers spoke about Industry 4.0, which speaks to digitization of processes end to end. From when you start making the packaging to when it is delivered to the customer. IoT plays a key role in that digitization process, and I'll explain further in subsequent slides. So what is IoT? I'm sure we've heard this term severally. IoT is simply the Internet of Things. It describes physical objects that are embedded with sensors and processing ability. Often you have back-end systems that empower the IoT mechanisms, and those back-end systems come in form of applications, specific applications being developed for particular verticals that require different or customized IoT services. So Internet of Things, or IoT, is a subset of Internet of Everything. So today, we live in a very interconnected world. So today we are connecting data, we're connecting people. You're connected to the internet via your social media accounts and then other accounts that you use on the internet. So you're an entity on the internet. So prior to now, we were not able to connect devices, we were not able to connect things like the QR codes, the RFID tags, and NFC tags that are on these packages. But with Internet of Things, we can assign an identity to all, everything, basically. So when we say things, things can be anything. It can be a smart camera. It could be your package. It just assigns an identity. So the last thing I'll talk about there is the processes. You can connect your processes digitally to the internet as well. Okay, so what are the components of an IoT system? So the IoT system consists of sensors and devices, and then connectivity. So we have various forms of connectivity. You have RFID connectivity, for which NFC is a subset of. You have your Wi-Fi connectivity. You have your 2G, 3G, 4G, and 5G, of which 5G is the 5th generation and actually makes connectivity more seamless for IoT devices. Then the third element is the data processing. I talked about applications at the back end. Some of the speakers who had spoken previously, some of them showcased apps, mobile apps that you could use to monitor objects and all that. So this just gives us an overview of what IoT does, what an IoT system is. This is actually a service that most mobile providers, internet service providers can provide to enterprises, such that you are connected even on the factory floor. You have smart cameras that can view what's going on in terms of production. Before the package is produced, you're able to automatically see what is happening. Some people like to infuse the surveillance technology with artificial intelligence, such that you are able to connect all these devices and then make some actionable decisions from the data that is being called. So as you can see, we're just basically connecting physical objects. We can use anything from Wi-Fi, cellular coverage, like I mentioned, RFID tags, NFC, to connect everything. So at the back end, at the corporate head office, you are able to track the packaging end to end. This has been spoken into before, but this just gives you an overview of how that is done. And this is a service, like I said, that some service providers are able to provide, such that whenever there's connectivity, it's something that you can connect into. So who can benefit from IoT? These are the different verticals that IoT can support: manufacturing, oil and gas, agriculture, healthcare, so on and so forth. So you can connect basically anything. Even a smart TV screen can be connected to the internet. It can be seen and monitored on the internet. So these are some facts about the IoT industry. It's a growing industry, and it's worth about $91 billion in manufacturing, just in the manufacturing vertical. So it's a growing industry, and it continues to grow because it's an enabler to manufacturers and other verticals, like you've seen. So I won't talk too much on this. We all know what smart packaging is by now, but it just incorporates technology, transparency. It's able to give you insight into consumer behavior, and brand experience and content updates are easily done through smart packaging. Okay, so how can IoT be utilized? With IoT, you can achieve authentication, things like tampering sensors. You are able to trace your product, temperature sensors, reordering triggers, and all that. So this also speaks to IoT as well. That's the enabler for all the traceability and tracking that we have on these products. This is a smart pill bottle enabled with IoT technology such that you have a mobile app that controls the dosage and then alerts the patient as to when they need to take their dosage, or maybe they've missed their dosage or something like that. So let me just go, okay. So these are some 3 core business areas that IoT can impact. Your inventory and life cycle management, not just on the package, but when it's being produced, everything can be monitored. Your product integrity and your user experience are all taken into consideration. So these are some of the top trends in packaging, and as you can see, most of them are around technology. Technology is driving smart packaging, and this study was a study that was done based on what packaging startups are doing today. What are they really investing in? And as you can see, the most prevalent use case there is the smart packaging codes. Okay, so this just speaks to challenges with IoT adoption, integration with your legacy systems. This may be a challenge. Data security and privacy concerns, interoperability. That means the ability to operate with different systems. Lack of standards and regulations around IoT, and challenge with device management. For instance, when you have so many devices to manage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him again and again. Thank you ever so much, Raymond. Mr. Alex Omar, in case they block me downstairs at the landmark gate, and they're asking me, Mercy, why did you do this to us? I'm going to call you to come and, rescue me, because I have not dealt very well with some people today. I want to really apologize. Some exigencies really made that happen. So yes, up to the next thing we're having right now before our panel of discussion, where we'll be taking a look at the environmental consideration, very important. We will be taking a very good look at revolutionizing supply chain management, implementation of smart packaging in e-commerce. Very important subject matter. Doris Ewuzie, all the way from DHL, will be doing justice to this particular subject matter. Let's put our hands together for Doris as she comes to talk to us. And as she's walking here majestically, I want to use this opportunity on behalf of everybody to plead with her to please do this please for 10 minutes so we can accommodate other issues. Do we agree, Doris? Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Please, just the stage. Let's put our hands together for Doris, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a pleasure to be amongst you today. I've already been introduced. My name is Doris. I manage the e-commerce business in Nigeria. And today we're talking about packaging, smart, intelligent packaging. Packaging is one of the very important aspects of every business. So it's something, we're not a packaging company, but it is very important in our business to ensure that every customers are guided in terms of packaging. Please, thank you. So, why is it important to use packaging? A lot of speakers have spoken. We've spoken from the technology angle. Like I said, we're not a packaging company, but it's a very aspect of the business where we have to guide our customers on the proper packaging, the processes on how to go about your packaging. During the years, we've come across a lot of challenges as it applies to e-commerce businesses. I don't know if smaller businesses are here where you are into fashion businesses, cosmetics and the likes. You have encountered challenges where your customers don't receive their product in good condition, and it's all about customer experience. So today we're going to be looking at a couple of slides just to guide us on how packaging helps interact with our business. Now, this picture, first of all, DHL we specialize in pickup and delivery. If you look at this picture, you'll see from the beginning to the end has to do with customer experience. So you can imagine where a package is picked and it is not properly handled till the last mile delivery. You're going to have a customer that is not satisfied. So this process is showing when the pickup was done and the end of the process. And you can see where the customer is satisfied, giving the cash and the money. In 2021, Forbes, there was a news intel that came up, and there were about 4.2 trillion US dollar shipments in 2021. So you can imagine the number of shipments that went through that particular year and the process it all took. So it means that if those items were not properly carried, if they were not properly packaged, we will not have that number of businesses going across the world. Sorry, next. Please, the next slide. Okay, so packaging guide. I would like to come so that I can see properly. So these are the packaging guides. Various powders or fine grain substances must be packed in hard plastic bags. We can look at some of the bags here, and you see that some of these things are not properly packaged. You can imagine if you receive any of this product, what is the end? What exactly are you going to feel at the end of the day? You feel like, oh, this person didn't take their time, to guide me on what to do. So this is not properly packaged. You can see the bottles. If you don't have your bubble wraps in it, when the customer receives it, it could get damaged at the end of the day. So you see, you should use triangular tubes for maps, drawings, or blueprints. So this is just a process to guide the customer to ensure that packages are delivered intact. And these are also some guides. So you see the stickers. I came with some. So we have something like this. So if you're shipping anything that is fragile or food, you have to have this kind of package, this kind of sticker to help guide the process while packaging. So we also have this. This is an improper package shipment. This bubble wrap is supposed to go inside the box, not outside the box. If I receive this item from you, I'll be a very unsatisfied customer. Yes. So it's very important to guide the customer, because now the way bill is at the top. We've been talking about QR codes, scanners, and the rest. If I try to scan this, it will not go through because the bubble wrap is already covering the paperwork. Now, this is also a guide. This is showing how that is standing upright, while this is the proper way to lay an item for transportation. The contents must not move inside the box during transportation. in some cases, some people, when they're packaging their product, they take a very big box. I'm going to take this example, especially products that are coming into the country, because they want to protect it extra well. You know, they have a very big box and a very small item in the box. And in such cases, it's wobbling. So in that case, if it's in a plane or another product is kept on it, it compresses. So it's very important to understand the proper package to use for a product while transporting. These are also examples. This is a process showing you how to package your product properly. It says the edges of a box should be fixed with a branded packaging adhesive tape. If anybody who is very familiar with DHL, or if an item is, let's say an item is fragile, you will see the fragile sticker around the box to indicate that that package that is going through a particular process is a fragile shipment. So it directs whoever is handling that item to handle with care. So it's very important to use the proper information while packaging shipment. Now, these are some ugly shipments we get at our gateway. So it's also very important to guide the customer on the proper packaging to use while transporting. So at the bottom it says, it is forbidden to tighten several pieces of cargo boxes with adhesive tapes. Here in this part of the world, we want to save some money. So we press, compress, and compress, not knowing that those things, it is, because some people will, now, if I decide to take a volumetric of this box, I will not get the correct volumetric. So the technology taking the volumetric will take a higher volumetric because the box was not properly packaged. I have some boxes here. I would have loved to do some example. Yes, so. It's 100% recycled. So we're actually preaching the go green. Right now we're running it in different parts of the world. In Germany, we have our electric cars, our electric planes, in Tanzania and China. So this is a box. If this box has to be packaged, I fold this way, and then I do this. I use my tape, round, hold it round, and then I do this. And then I open. Sorry. Yeah. So this is it. So this is properly packaged. Now, if I want to go further to ensure that this item, this is usually for perishable items. Now we're encouraging the sale of food across the world. And for DHL, compliance is very important. Before you do this, we have to ensure this is kept here. Now this will help to direct the people who are at the gateway, at the hub, to ensure that the package that is going to, oh, this is a perishable item. We need to know how to properly handle the item. I also have some other, so fragile. If it's a fragile product, I'll have to also make sure this is entered. So this is a process to ensure that a package is properly branded and it's safe for transportation. Okay, so let me just go forward. So this is just the packaging tips. So we just put in a packaging tips to ensure that a customer knows what to do, the weight, the shape, the right kg. Now, if I'm going to send a laptop, that's a laptop. That's a scale. But I won't send that way. Before I send that laptop, I get my bubble wrap. I put it in between. That's my bubble wrap. I put it in between. Make sure it goes, the part that burst, the bubble area, make sure is in. So if anything happens, it doesn't go through the screen or the buttons. And I package properly and put it in a box. And I put my fragile sticker. With that, that helps to safeguard my product. Now, I'm sending a gator. This cannot fit into this box. So I need to know what to do. What kind of box? Now we have to take a tape to measure a box that can fit this gator. So it's very important, the process of packaging. So like I said earlier, we are a guide to ensure that you know the right package to carry a product through transportation process. So you need to check and fit into the space. You need to weigh and shape. So you know exactly what proper box fits a particular product. These are still packaging tips for packaging materials using special handling labels. Now, for people who are into, if you're sending dangerous items or you're sending liquids, there are proper labels to use while packaging your product. This will help the people handling the item and guide them to be able to carry out some of this product accordingly. And these are also some packaging materials, protective materials. If I'm going to send anything that is very fragile, I'll place protective material in the box to ensure that the items are safely protected. And while doing this, these are also some steps. These are steps to help while packaging your product. These are also some examples of proper packaging. I just gave some examples here to help guide proper packaging while shipping your items. Now, we are all preaching packaging, packaging, packaging. We have to package with sustainable packaging. We can't overemphasize it. So what we do in this aspect is advise customers to use reusable, recycled materials. Materials, we're trying to create a safe environment for us to live in. Like I said initially, DHL has invested heavily in this project to ensure by 2050, we'll have 0 emissions of fuel in the air. So, note, the customer remains responsible for ensuring packaging is adequately done for transportation. The courier can also advise to repackage the shipment if the package is considered not safe. Professional packaging is required for painting, antiques, handmade products, clock watches, high-tech, equipment, etc. You can also consult your DHL commercial representative for specialized company providing professional packaging services. Thank you. So if you have any question after this, you just let me know. I'm sitting at the back. No.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for her. I mean, that was, wow. Wasn't that worth your time? Wasn't that worth your time? It was worth it. I can tell you for free in Lagos, I have seen all manner of packaging. I'll be in the vehicle driving and I'll see one bag of rice, yam, clothes dryer, everything. I mean, hung in a vertical format. The person driving the bike will just be seated at one small spot. The entire package is carrying from the retailer to the consumer. It's just over there. I mean, there's nothing I have not seen in this type. Want to find out packaging, just go to the main road. You see all manner of packaging. Thank you so much. I think DHL needs to do some sort of training for all the packaging companies in Nigeria. Thank you so much for that. At least for our people here, when they want to send something down, they now know what to do. This is such an interesting and insightful conversation. Since we are talking smart packaging, we will go further in the conversation and find out how we can provide such intelligent and smart packaging solutions for a sustainable future. I mean, just a few minutes ago, Doris did speak about how much the DHL, as much as they are making sure goods are moved from the retailer or the manufacturer to the consumer in a safe way. Also, the safety of the earth is very important, and that brings about the subject of sustainability, and the future is what we are looking forward to doing. So, Tetra Pak West Africa has a message for us, and the person who will be delivering the message is Oshokamele Aruna. He will be giving us his perspective on harnessing smart and intelligent packaging solutions for a sustainable future. If you had left me, I would have read his entire profile, but please, let's just give a break. And his fine-looking suit and his fine-looking self will just give us more on that. Thank you so much. Stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. How long do I have? 10 minutes. Okay, let me just sing and go because what I have is more than 10 minutes, but I'll try to put it together. So let's start. Let's put on the slide so that we go ahead. Okay, great. Next slide, please. So I just want to share a few practical points when it comes to smart packaging, all right? And why are we talking about smart packaging? If you go to the next slide. Good. So in the food industry, which is where I represent mainly, because we Tetra Pak, we provide food packaging solutions and processing as well. So that's where our core is, which is basically in the food business. The challenges we see are, when it comes to, it works, right? Ah, great, it works. Okay, good. Let's go back. Aha. So the opportunities that we see, we like to see them that way, not just challenges, is, of course, sustainability. Everybody has spoken about it. I will not spend time on it. Food waste, food safety, quality, and waste. This is very important because today, you may not know, but 25% of food produced are wasted. So why so many people are hungry, there is a lot of food that is being wasted. So one of the opportunities there in harnessing smart solutions is how do you manage to keep food waste to a very minimal level. Then, of course, productivity and flexibility. Now, this is one industry where the asset utilization is very low. And what does that mean? It means in the days we have now, everybody wants a different way of their product or what they want to consume. If I ask this room, you guys are about 100. If I ask you what flavor of Zobo do you like, I'm sure there will be like 50 different kind of flavors. So there is that challenge of flexibility when it comes to production. And then finally, of course, you have the consumer transparency and engagement. People want to know more. People want to understand what am I consuming, why am I consuming it, all right? So there are smart solutions for all of this. We won't go into all of them today because she has asked me 10 minutes, which I've spent 2 already. But we'll zero in on the consumer transparency and engagement. When it comes to that, and remember we're talking about smart solutions, so we are all pretending we are IT gurus today, okay? Now, this is where we see digital connectivity having a very big potential. And for those of you who have followed the history of manufacturing, you'll know we started from the machine, industry 2.0, then we started putting sensors on the machines, and then we started having a control system which was guiding and helping us to drive the machines. And finally now we have the Internet of Things, which the earlier speaker eloquently explained. So I won't dwell too much into that. But what then is the opportunity you have when it comes to connectivity? In all the, call it the food, the value chain, whether it comes to product customization, like I explained earlier with Zobo, or whether it comes to the raw materials you use, the information that you need, the weight, the moisture content, whatever it is, or you are talking about how efficient your production can be, depending on what you want to produce per time and the and the time you have for production, or whether it's the quality of the product itself. Then when you are done with manufacturing and then you send it out into the trade, how do you manage the stock? Then how do I tell consumers about what I've just produced? How do I engage them? And after it is consumed, how do I ensure that this used product has a second life? All of this you can achieve now when it comes to using digital connectivity. And that's one of the things we do very well at Tetra Pak. So for us, we see that the future is digital. In all that I've explained in the earlier slide, there is no one point where you cannot introduce or use digital connectivity to improve it. So what is the journey when it comes to intelligent packaging? Because at the end of it, it's, what is the benefit or what you get from the packages? So, we all started, and many people are still here, codified packages. So the packages you have today, they all have barcodes, mostly. And what do you do with barcodes? Either you use it to check the price, or you use it to know which SKU and all of that. It's great, it works, all right? But there is now what you call the connected packages. And connected packages now is utilizing the internet. So this is where you can now, based on a unique code, you can find out several information, whether it's about the product, where it was made, how it can be used. You can find out that with connected packages. This is pretty much where we are now. But where we are going, and some people are already there, is actually intelligent packages. This is where your packaging is talking to your appliances. So your food package is in the fridge, and then when you go to the fridge, your fridge can tell you are running low on milk. It can tell you, the sauce you have in that package is almost expired. Or probably, you want to make your nice meal, I don't know what it is, and because your refrigerator is interacting with your product, it can tell you, okay, you know what, you are running short of this product. You don't have enough to make this meal that you want to have. That is the stage where we are going with intelligent packaging, okay? So how do you get all of this information for you to use? Now, if you just focus on connected packages, you find out that there is a footprint from the very beginning. So each package has a unique code, and that package will pick information from whether it's the cow that is being milked or the plantation where the orange is plucked to the factory site. It tells you which distribution areas that you get the products from. Then it tells you which shop it is delivered to, and of course, how are the consumers engaging with it. Then it tells you where you can actually recycle it, and all of these things. There are organizations that analyze all of this information to bring out value from it. So with this single package, you actually can get all of this information. So why are we wasting time doing all of this? Because somebody will ask, okay, so what is the relevance? What we figure out is, and this is a research we did, 2019, some few years ago, people were really interested in, I like this product, I like this package, let me just buy it. That's what I want. But you all know what happened after COVID, right? Or during COVID. You all found out that life was short. And everybody needed to know what it is that they are doing. Everybody suddenly became interested in life, in environment and all of that. And so we're seeing that in 2022, People they have their favorite brands, but now they are interested. Okay, this CO2, which of this brand is bringing more of, is causing more of this waste, let's call it, or this pollution, or which one has more sugar? Because all of us now are experts in sugar control and in sugar level, right? So the expectation has changed, meaning it's not just enough for you to have codified packages now. You need to have connected packages for people to be able to interact and find out this information as soon as possible. And then, the trends we see, which helps or, support this consumer expectation, is one, everybody is connected. There was a time when you introduced me, you wanted to read my profile. Waste of time. Just type my name, you will see all that I am. That's digital connectivity. Everybody is connected. So you want to find out something, you go to the internet. Now also there is targeting the right person at the right time. Again, to the Zobo example, not everybody wants everything at the same time. So marketers are also trying to see who wants what per time. All right? And then consumers also don't know who and what to trust. Nigerians, we are guilty here. We package everything. So I know, if you go on Instagram now and you want to buy anything, it is fully, everything is packaged. You need to know, who do I trust? Which brand do I trust? How do people get that? Is because one of the ways is having a connected package. And then people actually value experiences. Again, post-COVID, you want something other than this thing is cheap. You want to experience, you want a bit of life, you want a bit of fun. So all of these trends we see are driving the need for connected packages. So what we see is the next frontier is you having the physical store. However, there is a lot of digital interaction. And that's what we call it phygital. That is where you have a mixture of both the physical store and the digital interaction whenever you go and buy your products. Okay? Sorry? It's stripping. You can call it phygital, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so connected solution. I think I have 5 more minutes more. So connected packages, right? The 2 solutions we have today is, one, you can actually use it for consumer engagement. If you remember my second slide, I said, we'll just keep the discussion around consumer engagement. So that's what we really are focusing on here. So the first thing is you can do scan and win. So today, you can actually, with the unique ID, you can have a scan and win promotion where people can engage your product and then they make a scan, it gives them some certain amount. We have a product that is currently running something like that now. They didn't pay me, so I won't mention their name. Then also loyalty. Again, this was pretty much like the airlines. The more you buy, the more loyalty rewards you get. And then, of course, consumer transparency. People want to know where, maybe we don't have that trend here. And some of the things we are discussing, we may say, no, we don't have it here. But, guys, it's a global village. Before you know it, that trend is already here. In some climates, people don't buy certain milk because they don't come from certain farms. And how do they know? Because they scan it. And then they find out, it's coming from this farm, so I prefer this farm. This gives you that opportunity to do that. And that is currently available now. What is fast coming and very soon, again, is the implant traceability. So, when it comes to the quality, when it comes to, the sustainability capabilities of this product, not just the package, but the product inside. Those are the next things that are being worked on, and they are coming very, very soon. Let me run. And then all of this start with having one unique code. Whether the code is on the pack, whether it's under the cap, or whether it's in the secondary packaging, as long as you have a unique code, you can pretty much, do all those things. So that was coding. Very quick one on digital printing. So digital printing is not a new word. I'm sure you've heard it before. What we have done in Tetra Pak is we more or less industrialize it when it comes to printing on paper. Usually when you print, you use plates, and maybe you are limited to a certain number of colors, 6 or maybe sometimes 8. But with digital printing, your opportunities are limitless. And what does digital printing do for you? It helps you to explore new businesses, meaning, you can create different ideas that you want now. It also helps you to boost innovation. And what does that mean? You have some new ideas that you quickly want to try in the market. You can produce a very small quantity with digital printing. Then also, you can create impactful promotional campaigns. So, I don't know what's coming, whether it's Big Brother or whatever. You can actually make a very quick promotion just focusing on Big Brother, producing a certain kind of design just for that event. And then, of course, if you have premium products, based on digital printing, you don't have to worry about, do I have to, print more than, let's say, 1 million. Maybe you just want to sell 20,000. With digital printing, you are able to do those, call it simple production. Okay, I have explained this, so I won't go through it again. Yes, this is what digital production does for you. Your minimum order quantity lowers it, less working capital, it reduces your waste, and then it improves your sales and operational planning. So, this is the slide you must all remember. If you didn't hear me at all, just know that digital connectivity is transforming our food and beverage value chain. Consumer habits are really changing very fast. Connected package and digital printing solutions are driving strong consumer engagement. The future, like I explained, is intelligent packaging. We are at connected, but the future is really intelligent packaging. And of course, these people are paying me, so I need to tell you, Tetra Pak is available to support you on this journey. Thank you very much.
Please, do we have just one question? Anybody, any question for him? Maybe it's for him to define what digital is, or, Any question, anybody? Hands raised? Okay, we got a question, please, ma'am. Just go ahead. Here's a mic.
Well, when you were talking quantities, you talked about from 1 million to 20,000, and you consider 20,000 to be small. I'm talking from an SME position. Now, how cost effective is 20,000 for a small business?
Okay, very good question. Thank you for that question. I think it depends on a few factors, okay? What you want to do, why do you even want to do the minimum quantity in the first place, right? I was just trying to make a comparison that if you are producing, if you are making a product in the magnitude of 1 million, you can go down to 20,000. I'm not saying that is the minimum order requirement. You get my point. But we'll be happy to have more discussion with you, all right, on that, so we can understand better what it is that you're talking about. But great question. Thank you. Any other question?
Maybe they want to come and meet you at your digital exhibition stand. Maybe they want to do that. All right, let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much, everybody.
This is amazing, amazing. I was particularly chuffed when he spoke about the interaction Anything? Anybody saying anything? All right, I was particularly chuffed when he was speaking about the interaction between the product. T for thanks, T for thanks. Thank you very much. We can keep our voices low. And yes, our phones too, we can keep them on silent mode. I beg you in the name of anything I should beg you in. Our phones are silent. We don't have much time to spend here. In just a few minutes, everybody will be, going to their various destinations, trying to implement, what we all learned here, so that when we come back in 2024, we have better stories to tell. So quickly, before I introduce the next panel session, which will be the last, because we're wrapping up right now, I was particularly chuffed when he was talking about how products can... Okay. So let's keep our voices down. Thank you. When he said products can interact with... you can interact with the product, and he said it can start from the manufacturing, from the manufacturer where the oranges are plucked, or where the cows are milked and, sacrificed for eating. Sorry to use that word, but that was the word that came to my head right now. And I was telling myself that we need this particular enlightenment for the people who make suya and we need, suya specifically. Because there are sometimes, or what's that one they make in the north? That's very dried. Thank you. Mama. You've been there, done that. Sometimes I eat and I'm like, where's this meat coming from, God? What is this? What am I eating? Is it octopus or camel or something? Hopefully it could help. Because we eat so many things we have no idea of, because they look good to the eyes, well seasoned, well, garnished, and we just eat them without having an idea. Like Nigerians would say, I really don't like saying it, now God will save us. But we can also save ourselves with smart packaging, so consumers can interact with your product, and of course, like he said, gain trust and credibility. So we have a panel session, and we need chairs, so I'm trying to stall. Auntie Osha, what's the plan for getting chairs? What do? We need to have chairs on the stage. So if we cannot have the cushion, the environmental consideration, because that must be considered as we are getting to do our jobs. We know how much packaging has now become a problem. I'm being surrounded right now. Okay, yeah, I'm safe. It's okay, don't worry, I'm safe. We need to consider how... Oh my goodness, that's so lovely. Let's put our hands together for them. They're offering to help us take the chairs. Oh, this is amazing. Let's clap for them now. Thank you. This is amazing. Thank you, gentlemen. So they've already come out themselves. So quickly, I'm just going to mention what the discussion is about. And as I mentioned the name of the person, he's going to raise up his hand. There's one more person, Victor. Mr. Victor. Mr. Victor. Mr. Victor is supposed to be here with us. So please do join the conversation. Thank you so much. So we are taking a look at balancing sustainability and technological advancement in smart packaging with focus on biodegradables, waste reduction, recycling strategies, and sustainable packaging materials. I want to beg us, if we are not, if we can, let's just reduce our voices so we don't distract other people from learning as much as we can. So quickly, when I call the name, please just either wave to the audience so they know who you are. We have Darren Bennett Voci. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like Voci.
Perfect.
Of Better Glass PLC and Frigo Glass Industries Nigeria Limited.
Thank you.
That's him. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Mohan Duraj of Quantum Packaging. Thank you, fantastic. We also have the MD of Sustainability Director, Nigerian Bottling Company. It's a pity I don't have the name here. I'm so sorry. Yes? Do we have the person here? Yeah, the exchanging cards. It's okay. Okay, he's not there. All right, we also have someone who has spoken to us before, Victor Sosa of EPAC Flexible Packaging West Africa. Victor? All right, thank you so much. There's one person who I didn't call up. Please, I want you to forgive my shortcoming and please introduce yourself so we get to know you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Christian Lechner from Starting Austria, a recycling company. We do plastic packaging machineries to recycle, such like PET bottles or woven plastics or any other kind of plastics instead of PVC, actually.
Thank you so much for that brief introduction. So I'd like to start, let me start from Victor this way, just to give me what comes to your mind as an industry player when you hear the issue of sustainability crop up in conversations. So in just a minute or two, just talk to me about what comes to your mind specifically, and then we just go round to the other gentlemen. Thank you. Do you have a microphone?
So, sustainability. Three things come to mind. Number one, the environment. Number two, the truth of the matter is that when you think about the environment and plastics and recycling and carbon dioxide and all that, in Africa, we don't contribute that much. Number three, how do we then project that thinking in our packaging? So, number one, I think we're all familiar with the issues surrounding the environment and how we all need to protect the environment through sustainable measures for the benefit of our children and grandchildren going forward. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Number two is, if you're a manufacturer in this part of the world, frankly speaking, your net carbon input into the environment is next to zero, right? Because you walk to work, okay? You don't sit in a car, right? So you're not burning fuel, you're not putting carbon dioxide in the environment, okay? You probably farm straight from your backyard onto your table. So again, your net carbon into the environment is probably better. So number three, why do we have to, as industrialists who are exporting into Europe or the US, have to pay the price and the penalty under the banner of sustainability? Let's be very clear. We're net carbon positive, not negative.
Fantastic.
So the way to look at it is the life cycle analysis of your product. Okay, that's the way to look at it. So from your manufacturing all the way to delivering your product to your consumers, okay, how much carbon are you putting into the environment? And if you analyze your production process in that, from that perspective, you'll find out that actually you shouldn't really be, as an African industrialist or as an African producer, you shouldn't be penalized for, you know, not producing or not packaging your stuff in, you know, relevant, you know, packaging substrates or material. Okay, so I think, you know, and for want of a better expression, I'm a contrarian on this. But if you are exporting to Europe and they say to you it has to come in paper packaging, or I met somebody who's exporting to Japan and they said you have to come in paper packaging.
Right.
My question to them is that when you go to the supermarkets in Japan, how many of them are packaged in paper?
Good question. I think we should anchor the discussion right here.
It's there.
We'll circle back to it, but we need to move to other gentlemen. Okay, all right.
I'm done.
All right.
So therefore, let's not be penalized by the whole thing about sustainability, because we're actually a much more sustainable production enterprise than the rest of the world.
Fantastic. I mean, we know that heralded the conversation at the climate change conference, which just concluded in Kenya, and the role Africa has played so far, and how much they want, you know, the developed nations to do due diligence to enable the rest of the continents do what they need to do. More or less hear from you.
When we heard about the sustainability, immediately to come, we are in this world, we need to take care of our mother nature, be it the land, be it the air, or be it the water. So we need to care by taking all the measures. It has to start from my end. It has to start from me. I cannot ask someone to do it, because actually this world belongs to me. And this world, I need to live this world for my second generation or the further generation on a better note. Actually, I don't want to spoil it. And second part, actually this is a gift I'm thinking. It is an elixir by the God. And why should I exploit it? It is every individual has to think that actually, have we invested on this land, which actually we are enjoying the good nature? Have we invested has my father invested on the air, actually, which I am enjoying the good oxygen today? We need to think about twice actually before we spoil this. This is what in fact I am thinking actually the last actually 22 years I am into study, where actually particularly when the paper based. So how actually we can save, the earth. This is what actually the last 20, I think 3 decades it started. And now we are in the platform actually to discuss so what the measures, how we are going to have a better control to save our mother nature. That's what in my mind.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Darren, let's hear from you.
Thank you. So sustainability for me is all about our type of packaging. So a lot of people in the room today are involved in the plastics industry. I'm not. I come from the glass industry. And glass in itself is infinitely recyclable. Not downcycled. You smash one bottle, it becomes what we call cullet, and we use that cullet as a new raw material. And actually we're facing a crisis, an existential crisis in Nigeria in our business, because there is not enough recycled content available to us. So we are having spent the last 2 years trying to localize as many things as possible to not purchase things in dollars from abroad and localize everything that we can. We are now having to import broken glass from China. We should not be in this position. We need help. So I need everyone in this room to go and spread the word that anyone who has glass bottles that can be recycled, and I don't mean the bottles that are returnable bottles, because they belong to the customers, but non-returnable bottles, wine bottles, champagne bottles, which exist in numerous quantities here, food jars, all of those things can be recycled, and we need to work to develop a system to bring those back to us, because right now they go to dumping. And this, we have to do better to be truly sustainable.
Fantastic, Darren. In fact, while you were speaking, so many Nigerians were a bit surprised at what you just said. And I was asking myself, all the champagne and all the bottles that they drink in the club every Saturday, where did they end up at? I mean, that's another conversation for another day. And at least he mentioned the issue of, moving from wherever they finished consuming the product back to, to your people for recycling and the rest of them. Interesting conversation, but let's hear from you, sir.
Well, I mean, very good points already brought up. I think what comes up to my mind is actually duty. It's our own duty to bring this back into life. It's monomaterials which we're looking for. We want to have like a single layer, a monomaterial material to bring it back into the second life or in the third life of its packaging. And it's actually human which comes up to my mind because we are actually at the point where we have the biggest issue of bringing the materials back into the stream. We are the people which are dumping everything in one jar. We are the people which are dumping it on the street. The problem starts with us, not with the packaging. That's actually the biggest issue which we're facing and the biggest challenge which we see on the market. And exactly the same thing which we have in the glass industry and maybe also in the paper, I don't know. We have the same issue on the plastic industry, that we have not the return rates which we're looking for. We're looking for like having 98% returning rate on the PET bottles, for example, to keep our recyclers out there, feed it with good materials to bring the plastic back into the stream. For example, in Europe we have bottles with like 100% rPET content in it. It's simply very, very hard to get this without the source, which we dump actually on the street.
Fantastic, Christian. Thank you so much for that. The next question that comes to mind is, from Christian over to Victor, is how to strike a balance between innovation and sustainability we're talking about, particularly in your industry that you're in, the one you represent. And if you have examples of advancements in technology that has been used so far to improve processes, I'd like you to share with us as well. Christian.
Well, I mean, generally, I think the industry is ready. We know the technology which is needed. We need to get a little bit more and drive into the sustainability direction. I mean, it starts actually in the household goods, that we do not have just one bin for everything, that we have paper, plastics, whatever it is, separately cans. And this even already kicks in the recycling or the sustainability drive. And the technology there is well known. It's all over the world, actually. It starts with the small things to get not everything in one bin, to get it separated, to have like logistic centers which brings it to a separation, to brings it into the right facility.
All right, thank you so much. They were actually saying they were not hearing me, so let me speak boldly into the microphone. Thank you. All right, Aaron, let's hear from you.
So, in terms of glass and innovation, we face a number of challenges in Nigeria because Nigerians consider glass to be a traditional material and think of cans as innovative, which for me, coming from the UK, that's like the other way around. Glass is infinitely, you can make any shape you like with glass. A can is just a can, it's always going to be a can. So for me, that's one of the challenges that we need to break down the paradigm of a glass bottle is a returnable bottle that has been in circulation for 5 years and is looking a bit, not very sexy to put on your table. We have the capability in Nigeria to do that. But no one is using it today, it's called a new process called narrow neck press and blow technology to produce one-way glass, which is used in Europe and in the US and in other parts of the world. It's not, I will be honest, it's not as sustainable as returnable glass bottles, which are the best in terms of affordability and sustainability, but it is an innovation and it's out there for people to be able to access. If right now the focus, I think, has to be on affordability, so RGB is the right way to go. But it's, I learned something when I first moved to Nigeria, that Nigerians like to see the content of what's inside, what they're buying. Is it full? Is it good? Is it in good condition? And this was an eye-opener for me, and glass is amazing with that. So narrow neck press and blow, it's available. Come talk to us.
Thank Thank you, Darren. Did you hear that? Fantastic. Let's hear from you, Marvin.
We heard about, we are into the paper-based packaging industry. And actually, gone are the days, I think 2 decades before, we used to have actually 9-ply and 7-ply boxes. Now, because of the technology advancement, now actually maximum 5-ply, we can get actually what the strength actually we achieved, what the performance actually the 9-ply and 7-ply boxes give us. The 3 component, in fact, they influenced this process. One is raw material, actually because of the evaluation of the technology. In fact, actually we started to get the high grade materials, one. Second thing, the machinery, what the technology actually available now is so superb. Actually, it is for the next generation technology, which actually we can sustain with actually by reducing the lot of product, a lot of raw material consumption. And as actually Mr. Victor told, actually the CO2 impact on the earth. Actually, the latest machineries are not actually that much actually costly to the nature. And third thing is the product performance also, it is improved over this actually the stability and consistency in the process. I can tell you one example. We last 3 years, in fact, after the COVID, actually a lot of though actually the smart packaging, digital packaging, technical advancement came, but you see that actually in the product wise also, packaging product wise also, lot of advancement happened, and packaging methodology already changed. They reduce the impact of the raw material first. Second, they started to recycle the packaging boxes. They started to reuse by converting into the papers and other things. They started to reuse the container, the corrugated boards. So that is another good move. Actually, that is all these things contributing to the to save the mother nature.
So if I should paraphrase the question, essentially what you want to
Balancing sustainability
and innovation. And in my mind, they are the same. Because without sustainability, what are you innovating for in day and age? And without innovation, we can't attain sustainability. So, this gives me a chance to talk about EPAK, frankly speaking. We're using the digital press, okay? How does that help the environment? We're producing short rounds, 2,000, 5,000. So you don't have to go and produce 100,000 and waste your inventory, okay? And have packaging sitting there that's running, going to waste. So in essence, the disruptive nature of the digital technology is helping us have a more sustainable packaging regime. Hitherto, the conventional way of producing these things, you couldn't produce 2,000 or exactly what you needed. So the point is that innovation drives sustainability. Sustainability drives innovation. So it's a circular balance. They complement each other.
Fantastic. I like the way you put it, which leads me to the question I'm going to ask Maureen right now about how to solve the challenge of cost in the discussion of sustainability. And it looks like it's only the richer companies, those who have enough money for R&D, that should be talking about. Is the rest. You have to continue the way you do. So how do we balance, or solve this challenge of cost when the conversation of sustainability is brought to the fore?
I would like to tell you, there is a huge opportunity. I think Tetra Pak slogan, I like it, unlocking opportunity. Please, if anybody is seeing a material, this PET bottle is a business. There is an opportunity. Okay. And if you want to reduce the cost, there is actually huge demand-supply gap is there. I wanted to tell you some of the data about the paper industry in Nigeria particularly. The installed capacity of the paper mill is 70 to 80,000 metric ton currently. Paper mill, recycled paper mill. The market requirement is around 30 to 35,000 metric ton only, maximum. No? All the FMCG companies, industrial companies, manufacturing on their 90% capacity utilization, so it will reach 35,000 metric ton. Okay, so averagely actually they are producing 25 to 30, the converters like us. We are having a corrugation unit. So like that, actually, the overall installed capacity is 70,000, but they were producing only 30,000 maximum. Okay, this is another data. You know what is the scrap or whatever the cotton actually we are selling? It is not coming back to us for the recycling. We are having a paper mill also. They are setting up the paper mill for that actually, not only me, all the installed capacity, whoever is installed already, they are struggling to get the paper back, the scrap material back. Please, anybody seeing the paper scrap, PET bottle scrap, iron scrap? It is a money.
It is.
Please, it is a money, it is not a scrap. You bring back the paper, you bring back the PET bottle, you bring back the glass, the cost will come down. We don't have raw material for that. If I want to produce a recycled paper like a test liner or craft material, I need the paper scrap, no? It is not available. Out of this, out of 30,000 metric ton what we produced and actually distributing to the market, Nigeria market, you know what the percentage actually we are getting it back? Anybody, any idea? 10%? 5%? 10%. 10%. 22% for me.
Whoa.
22%. So balance actually 78% where it is? It is here only, no?
My goodness.
Okay.
It shows that there is a challenge there because Darren earlier on spoke about, how much they are looking for their own raw materials to produce what they need to produce, which would lead me to talk to Christian, since you run a tech recycling company, about that seemingly blockade between the recycling company and then the consumer or the retailer or the wholesaler or the manufacturer. I wonder where you say the challenge lies on hand and how that particular challenge can be, removed so that the opportunities can be seen and there's a free flow of either information, orientation from wherever the problem lies, and then you, the recycling company.
Well, I mean, we've seen it as somewhere around that plastic has been banned as like the ultimate bad thing which we don't want to use, but simply the reason is, well, we cannot live without it. That's a simple fact there. And all of what we need to do is actually to get our governments not starting to hesitate of grabbing the plastic from the trash bin, separate them, brings it back into the right circularity to create a second life of these plastics. And simply, as we just heard it's not waste, it's our secondary raw material which we need to bring back simply. Otherwise, all these dump sites, they will be overflowed, and we don't have a solution for all that. So we need to start the solution earlier in the pre-stage. We have like good segregation to separate the materials and to bring this back into the right stream. That's simply how it is. I mean, I know I'm returning what I said before, but it sounds so easy, yeah, and that's actually how it should be, yeah. And
Fantastic. I mean, it's a good thing we have the government represented here, and they spoke to us about their own perspective on how we can ensure smart packaging, both from the standard organizations of Nigeria and NAFDAC. But what I really want to hear from them is how they can partner with the private sector, yourself and people here, to ensure that the sustainability thrives, because there's so many African individuals, countries, and I dare say presidents, and really do not take the sustainability issue, seriously, and that is where the problem might lie. Victor, do you have, one or two suggestions for such people or such countries on how they can, or why they should embrace sustainability?
I think whilst we've identified the importance of sustainability in our environment, for our environment, I think we've also identified the importance of cost reduction in there. And I think if we go forward looking at innovation, looking at technology as a way to reduce cost, as a way to protect our environment, then in essence, everything that we're talking about here should encourage people to embrace that. And the whole day, I think everything that we talked about smart packaging is a way forward, whilst it improves our lives. It's a way of minimizing cost, and helping us to keep the environment. I laughed a bit about Tetra Pak when he said, your food in a fridge, it can tell you whether if it's expired. Now, think about the number of times people throw things out of their fridge. Is that helping us reduce cost? Is that helping us be more sustainable in the environment? And the other aspect of it, he talked about the fact that there might be too much sugar in this product in the fridge. If you're diabetic, for example, and this technology tells you to not consume that high glucose food, what is that doing for you as well? So there are so much going on in this room with respect to packaging, with respect to smart packaging, that really is helping us lead a better, more sustainable life, which leads to a better environment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Victor. Darren, let me come to you. You mentioned earlier on the challenge of sourcing the secondary raw materials, as it were. I mean, what do you think would be the core reason why there's seemingly that break in the supply chain? And what solutions would you, prefer to, ensuring that it's such a challenge ceases, hopefully within the next few months?
Thank you for the very pertinent points on the question. A few of us in this room were lucky enough to spend 2 days in Ikeja on Friday and Saturday at a conference called the Trash Talk Alliance. And this was a very important forum to raise the profile of waste recycling in Nigeria for all solid materials, particularly for packaging. And we were lucky to have representatives of government, of collectors, recyclers, and producers, all in the same room, trying to address this very critical challenge. We don't have a recycling problem. We have a logistics challenge. It's moving, what one person can collect will help me, but it doesn't help me if I receive it as one person's quantity. So it needs to be aggregated. And I think this is something that goes across multiple packaging materials. But because of the weight of glass, it particularly impacts on glass. Being able to bring to a certain point and then maybe to recycle and use equipment to shrink and compress so that it's much easier to transport. This is an area that I see as one of our big focus points as we move forward.
Fantastic, Darren. Thank you so much. So one more question before we leave, or before we get to your final comment, and I want any of you here to answer. All of you can answer if you want to. Where does the bulk of the challenge lie, especially with recycling? I think I want to focus on recycling a bit. Is it with the manufacturer? Is it with the wholesaler? Is it with the retailer? Or is it with the consumer?
The answer is it's with everybody. It starts with us as consumers, as individuals, and we all need to be responsible for the products that we consume and how we dispose of the packaging that they come in. I remember a time when my wife was reluctant to recycle, and we were living in Switzerland at the time. So in Switzerland, if you don't recycle properly, someone will go through your bin and send you an invoice because you failed to recycle properly. This is not something I am proposing for Nigeria. We have enough taxes and challenges without someone going through your rubbish bin to tell you did something wrong. But we need to take ownership of the challenge and make it easier for people to recycle.
Darren, I beg your pardon. I wanted to rest the conversation here, but the reason why I'm asking is, let's look at it from the Nigerian context, where the consumer doesn't even have an idea what he should do with the plastic bottle when he finished taking it. And that's the reason why I'm asking, because there are some societies where the manufacturer writes it on the product that if so and so and so happens, you can contact so and drop a product or meet this logistics company to send the product and we'll give you a new one with just a little toppings, you know? And that's why I'm asking the question. So do you still stand by the answer that is with everybody, or you think probably the government will need to sit up and put regulation in place and orientation to push the people in the right direction? I don't know, just thinking.
The United Nations are working on regulations which, if we are not responsible and we don't take that ownership ourselves, we will be forced. So it's always better when industry is ready and proactive to be ahead of that curve rather than waiting for regulation to come and bash us and force us to react. And I believe that that conversation is starting to really gain traction and move forward. Everyone in Lagos understands the challenge of PET recycling. With drains blocked, everyone gets it. And I think there are businesses out there that are recycling or collecting. And I make a differentiation between recycling and collecting. Collecting first, taking it to a recycler to aggregate, and then moving it to someone who converts it or can turn the recycled material into pellets to create a new bottle. This is something I think people are working on it. People are aware of the challenge, and it's true across paper as well. So it's coming. But we need to be encouraged. A lot of the recycling equipment is quite expensive, and we talked about cost earlier. We need to find a way of incentivizing companies to do the right thing. We need to have that sense of urgency in ourselves as well, so that when we are faced with a purely financial decision, we also think about the environment, not purely our own bottom line. I know this sounds a little bit like preaching, but we all know that it's the right thing to do.
Yes, it is. I mean, I said, oh God, because you just hit the hammer on the head of the nail with the issue of incentivization. But we're ending the conversation now. I will start with you, Christian, and to Morgan, and then Victor, and then Darren, you just end. We have viewers watching, both consumers, manufacturers, recyclers, everybody watching. I want you to let them know what they should learn from this conversation. What would you want them to do? What next steps you want them to take? And incentivization of consumers. There's a lot of debate about the ethical aspect of it or not. Do you agree with it or not?
Well, with the incentives, it's like a big challenge. Yeah, how much we give incentives? Give you incentives in the first stage. We should bring it to the right direction. We should drop it into the right things. In the end, of course, governmental things is something which we all can pull a string. We all have contacts. We all have somebody to talk to. We need to guide it into the right direction, to guide this into the right channel, in order to get this actually done, which everybody will help us in the end. Yeah, the streets will be not filled. Our kids will not play on the streets with whatever or step into like a waste, whatever. We will see a cleaner environment. We don't see landfill anymore. We need to get our own environment for the next generation, for our next years. We need to get this mess cleaned up, which we actually create. This is actually the sense of all this in the end. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Christian. Moran?
According to me, actually, the awareness has to be created. And if it is already there, it has to be enhanced to the next level. You see, actually, the regulations and penalization and incentives, monetary wise, actually, it will maybe actually, or they will find the way to hide, or they will find a way to not to follow it up also matters. So unless otherwise, actually, it is being followed by the individual, it will not be a successful one. So the awareness on what we are doing it now, it has to be enhanced, or it has to be imposed. And the government has to put each and every area of the grey areas I'm talking. So how actually to control all these actually miscreants actually. So you please understand, if paper is used how many trees are being cut? If a paper has to be made, how many liters of water has to be used? If both the thing actually trees are cut, carbon dioxide, CO2 will go up, water is actually exhausted, again water scarcity will come, it ultimately spoiling the land, earth. So we need to feel, or we need to realize what we are doing. The individual has to start from to implement everything on his own. Then only actually the government can also can contribute to the society. What government can alone do, unless the individual commitment is not there. That's my point.
Fantastic. All hands on deck. Thank you so much, Marlon. Victor, yes.
So we're looking at the consumer, the retailer, the wholesaler, the manufacturer, and government. Was that part of it? Right. Okay. So the consumer will always be a consumer. The human beings, we're always human beings. Now, then I look at the retailer, the consumer, the wholesaler, and the manufacturer. And these are economic enterprises. And the last I checked my economic textbook, there's nothing that says you should consider the environment as part of profit making. Right? So that leaves the government. Now, the problem is that there's no gratification, instant gratification for the government to say that if I impose this level of regulation, I'm going to get this back immediately. So that whole concept of environmental sustainability and what is very nebulous. Unless you live in Europe right now where temperatures are way above there, then there's no incentive for you to think about recycling. But recently the concept of ESG is creeping into economic endeavors. So, if you're a portfolio manager and you're investing in a company, then they would like you to consider how sustainable that investment practices or that company is performing vis-a-vis these ESG metrics. So the UN, as you said, is now beginning to impose that. So it has to come from a higher body. It has to be the government. It has to be legislation that then enforces. Because otherwise, the man who's making his money is never going to think about the environment. But if the government insists, you find that people are now thinking about recycling, because otherwise when it rains, gutters get blocked. Within a week, that problem is solved, everybody's moved on. So it has to be the government. That's what I think.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Let's hear from you, Darren.
Thank you, Victor. You mentioned ESG. What does the S in ESG stand for? We think of it as being social responsibility. At the Trash Talk Alliance conference, I learned that the S is beginning to become statutory. And that's exactly the point I think you're making. It's becoming statutory. So we're still in the phase of social, and we should do it for the right reasons. However, I think we're about to move into an era of where government or world bodies will start to dictate to us, again, if we are not being responsible. If we have full ownership of the challenge and address it and take visible, real measures to address the challenges that we have in recycling and collection and logistics, to make a big improvement, maybe it'll be a small s of statutory, not a big one. Because I think all manufacturers and anyone who manufactures anything would much prefer it to be a small s than a big one.
Of course, profit over everything else. Gentlemen, you just did justice to the conversation. I wish we had more time to continue, but this is where we just have to put a stop to it. You've been absolutely fantastic. Christian Lencher of Stollinger and Co. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce the other one, but I'll try. Gesellschaft. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. And also Darren Bennett, Voci. Is it Voci or Voci? Voci. Ah, nice one. Learn that. Voci, Better Glass PLC, and Frigo Glass Industries Nigeria Limited. Moran Duraraj of Quantum Packaging. We give you the bragging right. You guys are doing awesome when it comes to technology. For landing on the South Pole, well done. Give it to you. All right, and also Victor did do justice to all that he could. Victor Sosa of EPAC Flexible Packaging West Africa. Summarily, the responsibility lies in the hands of all the stakeholders, from the topmost to the people in the village and rural communities who just use product and throw, you know, the plastic or, you know, that secondary raw material away. It begins with every one of us. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining the conversation. Thank you. So, yes, we'll just take a picture. We'll take a picture. Alex, you want to join them? After Alex joins them, the Standards Organization of Nigeria and NAFDAC as well, we're going to need you in the picture as well, because the government is heavily involved in this matter. Thank you. Was it an insightful conversation? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. Thank you. So picture, want to move forward just a bit? Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. I think business ideas have been shared even as they were speaking. Okay.
Sorry, if you're still here, there's a cocktail at Specialty Paper in Hall 2? Hall 2, yes. So you join us there. Thank you, everybody, for coming. These still remain on YouTube. You can still go back and watch it over and over. And if you have anything, the flyers you have there are numbers there. Contact me. If you have need for a certificate for attending this event, we can make it available for you. Because for some of our professionals, each conference they attend like this is almost an equivalent of a half the CPU points you get for a first degree. I mean, you can imagine the caliber of people that were speaking here. Knowledge is not only when you sit in a classroom. This is a bigger university because these are industry experience. You will never, what they are telling you will never be told to you in a classroom. So for us as professionals, when you sit here for 8 hours, you deserve to get a degree. And this is what we do. If you want to become a certified packaging professional, when you sit here, you tell us, we'll issue a certificate that is recognized in about 62 countries. Because the World Packaging Organization, which I'm sitting as a director, we are in 62 countries. Anywhere in the world you get to, if you tell us, we'll know who to connect you with. Like I was speaking with my friend who came from Austria. I told him I have another business in Austria. Because there's a University of Science, Applied Science in Vienna. One of my students left here, he's doing his master on packaging and sustainability. So, I mean, this is what we do. Knowledge is really not here. I have to be honest with you. We do not have the knowledge we deserve in an economy as big as this. You listen to what he's telling you, we start to import broken glasses also from China. But we have it, it's not as if we do not have, but we do not have the knowledge of what these things are. In packaging course we teach, first question we ask, what is collet? Half of the people here do not know what is called collet. I'm sure you've not heard it before. You're hearing it for the first time. It is broken glass, correct? And that is very, very important for them that are making glasses. That is the level we reach, and that is why some of us are spending so much time trying to teach and teach and teach. I still go to sit in the classroom with them. The difference in age is like 30 or 40 years, but I sit in class with 18 years old students. So you just have to keep learning. There is no end to it. The more you learn, I mean, it's like making money. The more money you have, the more you want to make. Like Dangote doesn't sleep. And so they sleep for less than 4 hours every night because you keep learning and you just have to keep learning. So you are all welcome to our booths. We have a booth downstairs in Hall 2. The numbers there, if you want to join our WhatsApp group, we'll put you there. We have a packaging training that is coming up next week. We're working closely with Export Promotion Council. That's SON. We're also working with SON on the African continent called ASO. There's no end to learning. Just keep learning until when you leave this planet. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. We'll just meet in the yes, at the food court, yes, and then at the court. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen, as you make your way down. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been amazing. Thank you for making it right here to the Smart and Intelligent Packaging Conference, Day 1 at PROPAK West Africa 2023. It's been an amazing conversations that we have been having right here, and you have been nothing short of amazing. My name is Mercy Frank across all social media platforms. I'm a TV anchor, I'm a media consultant, and I teach public speaking as well. Of course, I'm an MC as well, delivering events from start to finish. Connect with me on social media. Meet me and ask me any question that you want to ask. Also, the professionals are here. They have spoken. Do not let them leave with everything that they have. Go ahead and ask them questions so that by 2024 at PROPAK West Africa, we will have better stories to tell. Thank you so, so much. Since we are in Lagos and we are hosting West Africa, I say, Eshegon.